החג רועד, כל שנבקש לו יהי. לו יהי, לו יהי, אנא לו יהי, כל שנבקש לו יהי. לו יהי, לו יהי, אנא לו יהי, כל שנבקש לו יהי. אם המבשר עומד בדלת, תן מילה טובה בפיו, כל שנבקש לו יהי. אם נפשך למות שואלת, מפריחה ומאסיף, כל שנבקש לו יהי. לו יהי, לו יהי, אנא לו יהי, כל שנבקש לו יהי. לו יהי, לו יהי, אנא לו יהי, כל שנבקש לו יהי. מה כל ענות אני שומע, כל שופר וכל תופים, כל שנבקש לו יהי. לא תשמע בתוך כל אלה גם תפילה אחת מפי, כל שנבקש לו יהי. לו יהי, לו יהי, אנא לו יהי, כל שנבקש לו יהי. לו יהי, לו יהי, אנא לו יהי, כל שנבקש לו יהי. בתוך שכונה קטנה מוצלת, בית קט עם גג אדום, כל שנבקש לו יהי. זה סוף הקיץ, סוף הדרך, תן להם לשוב הלום, כל שנבקש לו יהי. לו יהי, לו יהי, אנא לו יהי, כל שנבקש לו יהי. לו יהי, לו יהי, אנא לו יהי, כל שנבקש לו יהי. לו יהי, לו יהי, אנא לו יהי, כל שנבקש לו יהי.
ועל העוקץ, על המר והמתוק, על ביתנו התינוקת שמורי לי הטוב, על האש המבוערת, על המים הזכים, על האיש השב הביתה מן המרחקים, על כל אלה, על כל אלה, שכבוד לי, אלי הטוב, על הדבש ועל העוקץ, על המר והמתוק, על נטע קור נטוע, על תשכח את התקווה, השיבני ואשובה אל הארץ הטובה. שמורי לי על זה הבית, על הגן, על החומה, מי יגון מפחד פתע וממלחמה. שמור על המעט שיש לי, על האור ועל הכף, על הפרי שלא הבשיל עוד ושנעשה. על כל אלה, על כל אלה, שמור נא לי, אלי הטוב, על הדבש ועל העוקר, על המר והמתוק, על נטע הקור נטוע, אל תשכח את התקווה, השיבני ואשובה אל הארץ הטובה. מרשרש אילן ברוח, מרחוק נושר כוכב, משאלות ליבי בחושך מרשמות עכשיו. אנא שמור לי על כל אלה ועל אהובי נפשי, על השקט, על הבכי ועל זה השיר. על כל אלה, על כל אלה, שמור נא לי, אלי הטוב, על הדבש ועל העוקר, על המר והמתוק, על נטע ונטוע, אל תשכח את התקווה, השיבני ואשובה אל הארץ הטובה.
שאימא בהנה יפה וצעירה, עזב על גבעה בנה לבית. חלפו העבידים חצי מעברה, וטלטלים הפכו שיבה בינתיים. אבל על חוף ירדן כמו מאומה לא קרה, אותה הדומיה וגם אותה התפאורה. חורשת האקליפטוס, הגשר הסירה, וריח המלוח על המים. חורשת האקליפטוס, הגשר הסירה, וריח המלוח על המים. בשביל הנה יורדת ענת התינוקות, הם בירדן ישכשכו רגליים. גדלו הילדים וכבר למדו לשחות, ובני הנעורים חותרים בשניים. אבל על חוף ירדן כמו מאומה לא קרה, אותה הדומיה וגם אותה התפורה. חורשת האקליפטוס, הגשר הסירה, וריח המלוח על המים. חורשת האקליפטוס, הגשר הסירה, וריח המלוח על המים. מעבר לירדן הרעמו התותחים, והשלום חזר בסוף הקיץ. וכל התינוקות היו לאנשים, ושוב על הגבעה הקימו בית. אבל על חוף ירדן כמו מאומה לא קרה, אותה הדומיה וגם אותה התפורה. חורשת האקליפטוס, הגשר הסירה, וריח המלוח על המים. חורשת האקליפטוס, הגשר הסירה, וריח המלוח על המים.
Hey, Shabbat Shalom, everybody. Welcome to World Alliance of Qara'im, Torah. That's through 36 is nowhere complete all of it. You want to go to Shabbat Shalom, Scott. And actually went back off Lams from last week. It's actually we're doing it this week. Then we'll do numbers 3, which is very interesting. So with that going, let me share the screen. And there we go. So you should be able to. Now we're talking about guy who lived the other Euphrates on the other side of the river, and we have Bala of Moab, and land, and has seen what is done to us to King Sichon and Og. A little bit king in this there. So he says these people are kings of Moab, which is their in Moab. It would so there is this is the Moab. Yeah, so call on Bilam, who no, I'm yeah, That's Moab. Elders of Midian down to the south. This is Ben Sipor Melech Lim Moab. Maybe that means within the land of Moab and the king of Moab. Wait, that's what lights are. And messages to build in it's called which Har. There it says Hanar, it's referring to the Euphrates River. So I'm talking about basically in southern Turkey or northern Iraq, that basic area. And I can't remember if we tried to Torres. It's on the Euphrates River. And comes the whole story is starts walking the donkey, he speaks. He starts Israel and blessing Israel, Balak to another place where you can't see all of Israel because this blessing of Israel is right. Mim Afar very specifically in number 10, Mana Afar Kov Mispar Ed Israel. Count the dust of Jacob and even fourth, or it's not really clear what that word is there, but we'll translate it as I think the NLT does as Israel. So the that Israel or descendants of Soka, like the dust, they're as innumerable as the dust on the earth. Okay. Tamot nafshi mot isharim ut'i hariti kamohu. May might be the death of the righteous. May the end of me be like him, Israel. Okay. So the king is not about this to another people of Israel. And hoping that this time how Israel is. If you see them all, okay, that's it works. Shabbat Shalom, Chris, Marius, Simon. So sorry, but I can go on work. I'm in a very small village. One second. All right, is it any better now? I have some things in the works to maybe solve this problem, but as I mentioned, we live in a very small village in the middle of nowhere, and the internet is horrible. Okay, well, I'm on the cell phone network now, which is a little bit better, and I've been trying to solve this problem. The cell providers, they refused. They will not bring a fiber optic. Okay, great, wonderful. They won't bring fiber optic networks into this area. And so, and I actually need a good internet connection for work. So sometimes when I really need a good internet connection, I'll actually travel to the nearest city, big city. Actually, it's not the nearest, one of the nearest cities, which is about an hour away. But a friend of mine suggested actually purchasing Starlink, the Elon Musk satellite project, which actually one morning I was doing like a sunrise or pre-sunrise walk. It must have been about 4:30 in the morning, and I see this trail of lights in the sky, and I said, "Those look like UFOs." And it turned out it was Elon Musk's Starlink satellites. Very disconcerting when you see them. It's like strange vehicles traveling through the sky. At any rate, these lights in a straight line. So maybe I'll do that and that'll help. But at any rate, okay, I'm glad you guys can hear me better. So we're going to be talking about, we're going to continue the story with Bilam and Balak, the king of Moab and their escapades. And it really is almost humorous. I mean, it doesn't end humorously because a lot of Israelites die. But, it's like it's, if I were writing a novel, this, a very serious novel, Shabbat Shalom, Arian Ben, which the Torah kind of is, then this would be kind of like the humor break, or this would be, there's always some light humorous characters in a long novel. And hold on, I have to try to kill a fly again. I don't know, did I get it? No, I don't think so. I never get these guys. So so that's what this story kind of is, right? There's a lot of humor in it, actually, and there's a lot of it's almost like a humor break, or So okay, so let's go on. So Bil'am gives the second oracle, which again is praising Jacob, and we'll pick it up here in Numbers chapter 23:7. I put it over there. So this is after Bilam's second oracle. Yimer Balak el Bilam lechana ikkahacha el makom aher. And now Balak is again very disappointed. He's not getting his money's worth with this, this star. I guess we can call him a prophet. The star oracle. Bilam, he's definitely not getting his money's worth. And remember, there was talk about an exchange of money in the beginning of the story, although an exact amount was not mentioned. It was alluded to. So Balak says to Bilam, okay, let me take you to another place. Ulai ish'ar be'eneha Elohim we'cha boto li misham. Maybe it will be right. It will seem right in the eyes of God, and he will curse for me from there. Or he will allow you, basically, he will allow you to curse the people of Israel. So now, verse 28. Waikach Balak el et Bilam rosh hapaor hanishkof al pnei hayishimon. So now Balak takes Bilam to the top of Peor, and this is going to be significant because the Israelites are going to worship Baal Peor. Okay, so let's see if Peor is mentioned anywhere else aside from the god that they're going to worship, the false god. Not really. Only in this context. Peor, Peor. In Joshua, but we're not going to chase that down right now. Okay. Hanishkaf al pnei Shimon. So he takes him up to the top of Peor, wherever that is, somewhere in Moab, that looks over Nishkaf, that has a view over, looks over the face of the wilderness. Shimon literally means the abandoned area, the wasteland here they translate it as. Okay. Verse 29. Wayomer Bil'am el Balak b'nei li bazeh shiv'ah mizbahot v'ha'achen li bazeh shiv'ah parim wa shiv'ah elim. So Bil'am says to Balak, build me 7 altars and prepare upon them 7 bulls and 7 rams, 7 cows and 7 sheep, to make a long story short. And we saw this before. This is now the 3rd time that Bil'am has asked Balak to do this. The first 2 times also, he said, prepare 7 altars, and on each one, sacrifice a bull and a ram, a cow and a sheep in colloquial terms. Verse 30, ويعاس بلق كأشر أمار بالعام ويعال بار وعيل بات مزبح. So Balak did as Bilam requested, as Bilam said, and he burnt a sacrifice, or he made a fully burnt sacrifice. Usually, what's called a how do they usually translate it as a not a fully burnt. What do they call it? I can't remember what the usual translation is, but a burnt offering. But it means a fully burnt offering, right? We've spoken about this before. One bull and one ram per altar. And now we'll pick it up in 24. And now here we get Bilam's third oracle. And we're in Numbers chapter 24, verse 1. ויער בלעם כי טוב בעיני יהוה לברך את ישראל ולא הלך כפעם בפעם לקראת נחשים והשת אל המדבר פניו. So Bilam saw that it was good in the eyes of Yahweh to bless Israel. ולא הלך כפעם בפעם לקראת נחשים וישת אל המדבר פניו. And he did not go literally like time in time, but it means as he was accustomed to previously. Likrat nichashim. Nichashim is divination. So he didn't use divination as he had previously been accustomed to. Waishet el midbar panav. And he turned his face towards the wilderness. I just want to see one thing here. So this is Numbers 24:1. Let's look at Everett Fox for a change. Okay. And I'm actually then just curious to see how Robert Alter deals with that one. One second, please. So Robert Alter. $12.55. Just want to see one thing. Okay. Okay. Well, anyway, now it's so we might as well read this as long as we're here. Okay. This constitutes. So he did not go out as on the times before to encounter omens, or as we translated it, towards divination, to use divination. But literally, karat means towards. Nichashim, okay, divination or omens. Everett Fox translated it as to encounter divination meetings. Robert Alter translates it as to encounter omens, but you get the idea. And then Robert Alter says about that, this constitutes new information about Balaam's two previous oracles. In each instance, as we now understand, he made his way along the promontory in accordance with his usual professional procedures as seer and hexer or blesser. So promontory, I think, is like a ridge, right? The top of a mountain, like a cliff. Let's look that up. Robert Alter always does this to me. He uses words that I always have to end up looking up. A point of high land that juts out into the sea or a large lake, a headland. Okay, so basically like a cliff, right? In accordance with his usual professional procedures as seer and hexer or blesser, looking for signs, bird flight, cloud formations, or whatever, that would give him a clue about what to say. In each case, God intervened and put a word in his mouth. Bilam's persistence in his seer's craft throws retrospective light on his intentions toward Israel during his journey from the east, when he was stymied 3 times by his ass as she was confronted by the divine messenger. Now, in keeping with the folk tale pattern of 3 repetitions with a climactic switch in the 3rd occurrence, Bilam abandons his quest for omens, instead looking out straight away to the wilderness where Israel is encamped. Okay, I think there's a little bit of speculation on Robert Alto's part, but interesting comment. Verse 2, וישא בלעם את עיניו, וירא את ישראל שוכן לשבטו, ותהי עליו רוח אלוהים. So Bilam lifted up his eyes. So he's looking, okay, so he's now looking into the wilderness, Robert Alto points out, right? That's where Israel is, right? They're in the plains of Moab. Desert, this is usually translated, but really better translated as wilderness. And he sees Israel dwelling by its tribes, or divided into its tribes. And the Spirit of God came upon him. Here we go again. We saw Mishalo wa Yomar. And he raised up he put forth his oracle and said, Ni'um Bil'am bino Be'or. So says Bil'am, the son of Be'or, Ni'um Hageber Shetum Ha'ayin. And so says the man, should have it translate Gever here. Okay, translate as man. The man, Shetum Ha'ayin, whose eyes are opened, or whose eyes are opened. Okay. Let's see how Robert Alter deals with that one out of curiosity. Of the man open-eyed. I just want to see one thing here. So this verb shatum only appears twice, and both of the times in Numbers 24. The Brown Driver Briggs, the VDB, says very dubious, if text correct, open, and it relates it to a late Aramaic verb, shatam. The man opened of eye, mental eye. Compare satam and satam. So they're saying to compare with satam, which means closed up. So maybe they're saying satam is the opposite. We're not going to chase this down right now. Well, maybe we will just for 1 second. See what Lamentations 3:8 brings us. Keep this ak bashaveh. Satam filati. Satam filati. Okay. Okay. So he's relating it to Lamentations 3:8. So, whose eyes are opened, basically. Verse 4. Ne'um shomea imre'el. So says he who hears the speech of God, what God has to say. And he uses the word El, right? He doesn't use Yahweh or Elohim. He uses the word El, which is this kind of a generic name for God. It really is usually just translated as God. And in fact, it is here. And some also like to say that whenever the word El is used, it's a reference to earlier pagan gods, because the Canaanite pantheon, the head of the Canaanite pantheon was a god named El. His son was Baal. You've probably most heard of the Baal, the Baalim, the Baals, but not so much El. But El was the head of the pantheon, and Baal was the son of El. Okay, Ne'um Shomea Imre El, Asher Mahzeh Shaddai Yahzeh Nofel Ugilui Einayim. So says he who hears, the one who hears the words of God, speaking, that's Bilam speaking about himself. Shir Machzeh Shaddai, he who Machzeh, who sees, who gives the visions of, or receives the visions of Shaddai. Shaddai also is the older name that the patriarchs called God, called Yahweh, right, before they knew the name Yahweh. Yachzeh Nofel Ugilui Einayim. So he has visions, or he receives visions. This is also a difficult one to translate. We'll see how the translators deal with it, but the way it's usually translated is that when he has these visions, he falls down, right? He falls down in a trance. Ugilui Einayim, but his eyes are wide open, right? Let's see how Everett Fox deals with that one. So that's verse 4. Who envisions, so the entire verse is, utters the hearer of godly sayings. So interesting, he doesn't even, okay, I guess that's translated as God. Godly sayings, who envisages a vision of Shaddai, bowed, but with eyes uncovered. So bowed, but with eyes uncovered is how Everett Fox deals with it. Robert Alter, I assume is going to say falls down or something like that. Prostrate, with eyes unveiled. Okay, so we get the idea. All right, so and then we have this famous saying. So here's the third oracle. Ma tovu o halecha Yaakov, mishkonatecha Yisrael. How goodly, we should translate it as, how goodly are your tents, Jacob, your dwelling places, Yisrael. And again, we see that poetic parallelism, right? The biblical poetic parallelism. The verse is split really into two halves. This little symbol here, which is called the etnach, symbolizes the end of the first half. So how goodly, how great, how good are your tents, Jacob? Mishkanotecha Yisrael. So your tents, ohalecha, is in parallel with Mishkanotecha, your dwelling places. Okay? And Yaakov is in parallel with Yisrael. Okay? So that's we've spoken about that a bunch of times. It's very common in the Shabbat Shalom Ephraim ben Yaakov. We've spoken about that many times before, about that parallelism. There's a specific name for it, technical name, which I can't remember offhand, but it's the idea that you have that repetition, but with words replaced with, I won't exactly say synonyms, but words that are related, sometimes synonyms and sometimes just closely related, not being directly synonyms. But it's very good for finding out the meanings of words, because if we know what one word means, we can get an idea of what the other word means. So Yaakov and Yisrael, obviously, right, are synonyms. And here, ohalecha, we know what both of these words mean, but tents and dwelling places, right? Let's say we didn't know what mishkonotecha meant. Well, we could derive it, we can extrapolate it from what ohalecha means, because it's in parallel with mishkonotecha. Okay, verse 6. Okay. Let's try to pick this one apart. Kidnachalim Nitao ki ranoth alai nahar. And I'm going to get a translation for that one. That one I'm not parsing in my head. So let's see how let's see, Everett Fox, 6. Like groves stretched out like gardens beside a river. Okay. And Robert Alter gives us like palm groves, they stretch out like gardens by a river. Okay, so let's go back to that now. Take a look. Kinichalim, nitayu, higanot alai nahar. Okay, so nichalim are like streams, so they're stretched out like streams. And again, Everett Fox renders that as like groves are stretched out. That's a bit of a strange translation. Like palm groves. I'm not sure why they're choosing groves in each place. This is nichalim. The Hebrew nichalim, most scholars agree, is a homonym for the much more common term that means wadis or brooks. But the poet's decision to use this unusual word here, as the Israeli scholar Shlomo Morag has plausibly suggested, is motivated by a desire to reinforce, through the pun on palm groves, brooks, the imagery of abundant water in the next several verses. Palm groves. There's also a near pun in these lines between the verb nitayu, stretch out, and nata, planted. So nichalim, I'm not really sure why they're even saying that this has anything to do with palm groves. Nichal is usually translated as you said, a wadi or a stream. Let's see. Torrent, valley, wadi. So nachal here, they're translating as palm tree. Related to Arabic nahal. I don't know where they're getting that from, to be honest, why they're translating that as palm trees there. Arabi nachal. I'm not really sure how they're getting the translation of palm groves, because again, and they're only saying, the only place they're saying it means this is here in Numbers 24:6. So I'm a bit confused as to why they're translating it there as palm groves. We could look into it a little bit more. Let's look at Ibn Ezra, just for fun. See what he has to say. So we have to go to Tanakh. And Ibn Ezra, unlike Rashi, is a great commentator. Numbers. So in 24:6. Can you guys all hear me all right, by the way? Can everybody hear me? Anybody? Let me know, please. What the heck is going on here? Site can't be reached. Great. I think we froze up. You can. Okay. Let's try this again then. All right. Let's go back. I don't know what's going on here. One sec. Okay, that's interesting. So that seems to be working, I think. Just make sure. Okay, so now the internet's working strange again. Slowly, but it's working. Okay, so then we're going to try to go back here. I don't know why it's not working. Let's try again. I don't know if something wrong with the site. There might be something wrong with this with their server right now. So I think other sites seem to be working. Let me try one more random site. Okay, so I think they're having problems with their servers now over at Safaria, which usually with servers, it usually gets solved pretty quickly. Okay, I don't know. Maybe because it's Shabbat, they're not going to solve it, but we'll worry about that later. So no Ibn Ezra. Let's check in that case. You can go to the NIV for a second or go to the commentary page here. So it's Numbers 24. Comment, and we're Numbers 24:6, right? Cedar trees. Let's look at different translations. Yeah, I don't know where they're getting palm groves from. Okay, we'll just leave it. So this one's clear. Kiganot alai nahar. That's a strange translation to me. Kiganot alai nahar. That means like gardens on the river or on the riverbanks. Okay, upon the river. Nachalim nitayu. Maybe. Well, let's just move ahead. So again, this is kind of parallelism. But I don't know. I'm not sure where they're getting the translation. That's a strange translation, if you ask me. But we'll just move on. Geolim nata Yahweh arazim alay mayim. Like tents that Yahweh has stretched out. Again, since this is very poetic, I like to get different translations. They're saying like aloes planted by Yahweh. Ohalim, I'm sorry, not ohalim, but ahalim. And that, of course, is where we get the modern word aloe from, if that is indeed an aloe. Let's see how Robert Alter deals with that one. So he also translates it as aloes, okay? Ahalim nata Yahweh, so as aloes that Yahweh has planted. Arazim alei mayim, as cedars alei mayim, upon the water, or upon the sea. So I guess maybe what's going on here is they're using parallelism to say that this also must not mean a river, but I don't think it works. See, we have here again, we have this parallelism, okay? Kiganot alai nahar, like rivers upon, I'm sorry, like gardens upon the river, like aloes that Yahweh planted, like cedars upon the waters or upon the sea. So in each case, here we have cedars, arazim, right? You may have heard the cedar of Lebanon, in Hebrew, Erez HaLebanon. Here we have aloes, and here we have gardens. So maybe what they're saying is, well, to keep this parallelism in line, that this also must be something that's planted. And so they're saying, okay, it's palm groves, but I don't know where they're getting palm groves from. It doesn't make any sense to me. Because we also do have water sources, right? This is Nahar. This is, well, there's nothing here, but this is the sea or the waters. So that is a very strange translation to me. I want to read this again and see how I would translate it. Kinachalim nitayu. So this is definitely that are stretched out. This is the passive form. Kinachalim nitayu, that were stretched out. Kiganot alay nahar. I don't know. I would still not translate it that way. I would say, and maybe they're saying that it doesn't make sense that rivers would be stretched out, right? Rivers are not usually, or streams are not usually stretched out. I don't know. I wonder if any of the translations translate it as not as palm groves. Let's look at that again, and then we'll just move on. 24:6. So here, the NIV translates it as like valleys, they spread out. So that one's at least a little bit better, because you could say Nachal means, which really means a stream. A stream runs through a valley, so that it means the valleys of the Nachal. Okay. Here, the NLV, they spread before me like palm groves. That one doesn't make sense to me. Here we have palm groves, valleys, 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 valleys. So this one's maybe the best so far. They stretch out like river valleys. Here, at least they include the word river. Okay. And this one too. River valleys. Okay, well, this one's even better. As the river's flowing, and like a garden paradise beside the river, and like the tabernacle of the Lord Jehovah planted, and like the cedars by the water. So here, they don't translate it. Oh, this maybe is the best, actually, so far. So here it says, it doesn't say anything about palm groves. It says, as the river's flowing, and like a garden paradise, forget the paradise part, it just says garden there, besides the river, and like the tabernacle that Yahweh planted. So here they don't translate Halim as aloes, they translate it as the Ohel, the tabernacle, which again kind of makes more sense to me, right? When I went through originally, that's the way I translated it. Halim nata Yahweh, and then this part is clear. Like cedars upon the water. Okay, I think we get the idea. So there are actually a lot of different translations. And they don't all translate Nahalim as palm groves. And I have no idea how they're translating Nahalim into palm groves. It seems like a very strange translation. Okay, let's move on. So we're now in verse 7. Okay. Uzara'o b'mayim rabim. So izal mayim midalao. So water flowed out from his buckets. There's actually no vav water will flow out from his buckets, unless the vav, the conversive vav, is implied. Uzar'o b'mayim rabim, and his seed was planted in many waters, in great waters or many waters, and it doesn't say was planted, but it's implied. It says literally seed in many waters. So it says his water will flow out of buckets, or out of his buckets, his seed into great waters or many waters. Yarom me'agar malko wayitnase watin nase malchuto. And his kingdom, or his king, will be greater than Agag. We'll talk about that in a second. Watinase malchuto, and his kingdom shall be exalted or lifted up. And this is speaking about Israel. So I guess the imagery is kind of clear, right? His water will flow out of many buckets, right? Meaning he's gonna, rush forth like a river or water source and cover the land. Uzaro b'mayim rabim, and a seed in many waters, or in great waters. Okay, so maybe there's some kind of implication here, right? Of here it's a seed. That's the word used for, always the word used for sperm or semen in the Tanakh. And here it says his water will flow out. So his water will flow out of his buckets, and his seed will be in many waters, or in many seas. So maybe there's a I wouldn't say it's a sexual reference, but a reference to progeny, right? Maybe it's a blessing for the progeny of Israel that is going to flow out and cover the land, right? And the use of the word flow and the use of the word zera, seed, is well, you can understand, right? You get the idea, right? It's referencing seed flowing out, semen flowing out, but it's a blessing. It seems to be a blessing for basically a fertility blessing that Bil'am is giving Israel here. And again, I wonder how the various commentators pick up on that. Let's see if Robert Alter. So he says, water drips from his branch and his root in abundant waters. I don't know. I'm not liking that one, but let's see the commentary there. So the noun zera, which originally means seed, ordinarily means seed, frequently designates roots in poetry, repeatedly in Job. Okay, let's see how Everett Fox translates that one. Dripping water from their boughs. And again, what was the Hebrew there? Midalav. So translate as boughs. It's really, well, the NIV translates it as buckets, and in modern Hebrew, deli is a bucket, and I assume in biblical Hebrew as well. There's seed in many waters. Okay. Huh. Let's see if Ibn Ezra's back online. Yeah, Safari is back, it looks like. So let's see. So let's go to Tanakh. We're going to Numbers. What is it again? 24. It's a little bit bigger. Numbers 24. Oops. I've got to go down to Ibn Ezra. Numbers 24. It's 24:6. I'm sorry, 24/7. הנה מים לשון יחיד כמו מנידה לא זורק עליו. So he's pointing out that this is in the singular form, because here the verb that goes with it, izal, is the third person masculine imperfect or future singular. So he's just making a grammatical point there, izal mayim. And where were we? And then he gives an example. Medina lo zurak alav, and he's quoting there the Numbers 19. Midalao kimo me diliotao. And he quotes Jeremiah 11:16. So let's look at Jeremiah 11:16 for a second. Jeremiah 11:16. Okay. Zaid Re'anan Yefeh Pri Toar. So a refreshing olive, or a well-watered olive, maybe. Here they translate as green olive. Yefeh Pri Toar is a beautiful, or is a beautiful, well-formed fruit. Now, this is very interesting. This is now going to get me off into a tangent, but you'll see why in a second. Some of you may already be able to guess. Kara Yahweh Shemech. Yahweh has called your name female. Lekol Hamula Gidola, or to the voice, or as a voice of a great. You should translate Hamula as tumult. Hitzit Esh Aleha. He kindled a fire upon her. And guided or shepherded. Here they translate as broken. I'm not sure why. Anyway, this is the word we want to get to, daliotao, which the NIV translates as his branches. Okay, so yeah, we're not gonna chase that down right now. We'll just go with what the commentaries we already saw. But this is a very interesting phrase. It's a very interesting phrase. Does anybody know why this phrase is so significant? Let's see if we can get an official English translation here. Let's go with the NIV. So that's Jeremiah 11:16. We'll go to the English. So here the NIV translates it as, the Lord called you a thriving olive tree with fruit, beautiful in form. So this is important for Sukkot, right? Because the rabbis, oh boy, this is going to get me off on a tangent. But you know what? It's a worthwhile tangent. Let's look for a second at Leviticus 23. $23.40. So this is speaking about Sukkot. We'll start here. I'll just read the English for now. So beginning with the 15th day of the 7th month after you've gathered the crops of the land, celebrate the festival to Yahweh for 7 days. The first day is a day of Sabbath rest. The 8th day is also a day of Sabbath rest. And then we have this famous verse, Leviticus 23:40. On the first day, you are to take branches from luxuriant trees, from palms, willows, and other leafy trees, and rejoice before Yahweh your God for 7 days. But that's not a good translation. So let's look at the Hebrew for a second. So this is Leviticus 23:40. The tangents are key. I mean, honestly, like I always say, we don't have to finish anything. We're not like, I and you and nobody is getting paid to finish the Parshat Shavua. If we find an interesting tangent, then so be it. Okay? Oh, my battery's about to go. I'll have to plug in. That was quick. Why the battery's going so quick today? All right. I'm going to plug in this second. And of course, this can't be reached. No big deal. Go to this one. So 23:40. So lekachtem lechem biyom harishon. So take for yourselves. And we see this phrase lachem. We've seen this now a number of times, where it says take for yourselves. I think with the red heifer, it also said take for yourselves the ashes of the red heifer, or the red heifer, I think. Right? It's a specific phrase. Biyom rishon, on the first day, talking about the first day of Sukkot, meaning the 15th day of the 7th month. And then we have this phrase, pri etz hadar. So this is usually translated the fruit of a goodly tree, or the goodly fruit of a tree, right? Or the beautiful, or the fruit of a beautiful, or the beautiful fruit of a tree, or the fruit of a beautiful fruit tree, right? A beautiful fruit, right? And we know that the rabbis interpret this as what? Which fruit? Anybody? You guys all know this one, right? Somebody said the name of the fruit. The, going once, going twice, the etrog, right? They say pri etz hadar, the fruit of the goodly tree, means the etrog, okay? Except the etrog never existed in the land of Israel in First Temple period times. It wasn't brought to the land of Israel until Second Temple period times. In fact, if you want to watch a great video on this, you can watch some of the stuff by gosh, what's his name again? He did his PhD. He's a rabbi, but he did his PhD thesis on the origins of the etrog. I can't remember his name. He's really good. Rabbi, he's a cute little guy from New York. I forgot his name. I'll have to find it. If I remember, I'll post it. To make a long story short, the rabbis say that this means an etrog, right? Which the stupider ones claim that Moses was told this by God on Mount Sinai, and the smarter ones say, well, it's a development, the oral law developed over time, and but the rabbis have the right to do so, and blah, 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 right? However, and I'll have to take a break on that. However, I have to just grab my charger. I'm not going to put on any music or anything. I'll be right back. Okay, all plugged in. However, so besides the fact, God, what's that little guy's name? This cute little chubby rabbi. I love this guy. He's not really chubby, slightly plump, but he's adorable. And he's very, very smart, very brilliant guy. And I forgot his name. Okay, so, but if I think of it, I'll post it. So if we look now at the book of Nehemiah, chapter 8, verse 15, which, if you've been around Karaite circles enough, you know is a very important verse regarding Karaism, because it shows, right? I'll just read the English. So we have here the Torah is being read to the people by Ezra. So Nehemiah is basically the governor, we could say, of Judea for the returning exiles. Ezra is kind of the priest, the high priest. And we have, on the second day of the month, the second day of the seventh month, the heads of all the families, along with the priests and the Levites, gathered around Ezra, the teacher, to give attention to the words of the law. Verse 14, they found written in the law, which Yahweh had commanded through Moses, that the Israelites were to live in temporary shelters, sukkot, huts, tabernacles, during the festival of the seventh month, and that they should proclaim this word and spread it throughout their towns and in Jerusalem. What should they proclaim? Go out into the hill country and bring back branches from olive and wild olive trees, and from myrtles, palms, and shade trees to make temporary shelters, as it is written. So again, these are really bad translations, but if we look at the Hebrew here, which now I'll have to, because the English translation is horrible. So 8:15. Okay, Waisher Yashmiu. So that basically they should get the word out, throughout all the cities and in Jerusalem, saying, so this is the Israelites finding out that there's a holiday coming up on the 15th of the seventh month, right? That's explicit, right? The Chodesh HaShvi'i. Right? Sukkot, it says here explicitly, Sukkot, Chag b'Chodesh HaShvi'i. So we're talking about the holiday of Sukkot. So then the leaders, or the Kohanim and the Levites, say to the people of Israel, Uhar, go out to the mountains, Uheviu, and bring what? Alai Zayet wa alei etz shemen. So this Zayet is, alei Zayet means leaves of the olive leaves, alei etz shemen, and leaves of the oil tree. Well, oil only means olive. If it's not clarified, or if it's not quantified or clarified, then whenever the word shemen is used in the Tanakh, it means olive oil. So this is talking about, so literally where it says here, leaves of olive trees or branches of olive trees, it could be, but we'll say leaves of olive trees and leaves of oil trees, it just means different types of olive trees, right? Anyone who's ever lived in Israel or anywhere in the Mediterranean for that matter knows there are many, many different varietals of olives, and they have different uses. Some are for eating, some are better for making oil, some are a bit more bitter, some are less bitter. You know, there are, just as the Eskimos have many words for snow, so there are many words for different types of olive trees. So this basically just means different, bring the leaves or the branches of olive trees, different types of olive trees. Ale hadas, so branches of myrtle. Ale tamarim, date palm branches. Ale etz avot, and thick leaf trees, or sometimes they're translated as shade trees. Lasot sukkot kakatuv, in order to make sukkot, and make with them sukkot as it is written. As it is written, where is it written? It's written right here in Leviticus 23:40. Let's look at 23:40. So on the first day of Sukkot, you're to take for you And here we have the four species. Pri Etz Hadar, okay, beautiful fruits, or fruits of a beautiful tree, or beautiful fruits of a tree. Kapot Tamarim, palm fronds or palm branches. Well, Anaf Etz Avot, and the branches of thick-leaved trees. Well, Arave Nachal, and willows of the brook, willow brooks, so brook willows. So we have here the four species. What are the four species? Pri Etz Hadar, the fruit of the goodly tree, or the beautiful fruit of a tree, or the tree with the fruit of the tree with the beautiful fruit. We have here kapot tamarim. We have palm fronds. If we compare that with Nehemiah 8:15, here we have our palm fronds. Okay, ale tamarim. Those are palm fronds. So that's one of the four species that's explicit. Anaf Etz Avot, branches of thick-leaved trees or shade trees. Here in Nehemiah 8:15, we have the same thing. Ale Etz Avot, same, basically word for word. So these are two of the four species here in Nehemiah 8:15 that are mentioned here in Leviticus 23:40. Okay. These two are mentioned word for word. And then we have two other species. So here it says Arave Nachal. So here we have Arave Nachal. This is in Leviticus 23:40, the brooks of the willow. I'm sorry, the willow of the brooks. And we have the fruit of the goodly tree. Here in Nehemiah 8:14 and 8:15, we have the olive branches and myrtle. So the question is, are the olive branches and myrtle listed here the same as these two species, which have not already been mentioned, which are the fruit of the goodly tree and the willows of the brook, the willow brooks, I'll call them. Are they the same? Can the fruits of the goodly tree and the willow brooks be the same as the two missing species from Nehemiah? I'm sorry, in Nehemiah 8:15, or from Nehemiah 8:15, which are the olive branches and the myrtle branches. So if we assume the first, so the Arave Nachal, the brooks of the willow, can that be myrtle branches? Well, I won't get into it now, but certainly it can. And then that one remaining species, the Ale Zayet or Ale Et Shamen, the olive trees or the olive branches, can that be that one remaining species, which is the Pri Etz Hadar, the fruit of the goodly tree? Can the fruit of the goodly tree, when it speaks about this beautiful fruit or this tree bearing beautiful fruit, can that be referring to the olive tree, as it seems to imply in Nehemiah 8:15? The rabbis say it's not an olive tree. The rabbis say it's an etrog. An etrog is basically it's a citron, citron. Originally comes from the Far East, from China, and made its way through Persia. In fact, the word etrog is a Persian name, and eventually to the land of Israel, but only in the Second Temple period, not during the time of the First Temple. There were no etrogim. There were no etrogs in Israel. So the rabbis say it's the etrog, and the stupider rabbis say that God told Moshe that this fruit of the goodly tree, or this goodly fruit of the tree, mentioned in Vayikra 23:40, right? An explicit species is not given. It just says the fruit of the goodly tree, that it means etrog. The smarter ones know that that's stupid to say that God told Moses it means etrog, that this developed over time, because the rabbis have the right to interpret the Torah as they wish, because they are the officially ordained, or they are ordained from the heavens to be the leaders of the nation. We as Karaites reject that. We know that's a load of baloney, but that's what they believe, arrogantly, very arrogantly. So can this fruit of the goodly tree be the olive mentioned in Nehemiah 8:15? Well, let's look at Jeremiah 11, where was it? Was it 16? 11:16. The Lord called you a thriving olive tree with fruit, beautiful in form. That's interesting, but the English translation is pretty bad. Let's look at it in Hebrew. Kara Yahweh Shemech. So God called your name, speaking to a female, speaking to Israel. So God called your name. What do you call your name? Zayit Ra'anan. Ra'anan is not. It's a very bad English translation. What have they translated here again? A thriving olive tree. Yeah, Ra'anan usually means like a well watered or refreshed. I'll go with well watered. A well watered. Sometimes we saw another translation is green, but you get the idea. A well watered olive tree. Yefeh, pri toar. So this really is poetic form of pri yefeh toar. Yefeh toar is a known phrase. We see it a number of times. For instance, it said that Joseph had was Yefet Mareh and Yefet Toar, and I think Rachel as well, right? It means it means having a beautiful form. So Yefet Pri Toar, which really poetically it says Yefet Pri Toar, but really means Pri Yefet Toar. It means it says here a well-watered olive tree, Pri Yefet Toar, with a beautifully formed fruit, or fruit of beautiful form. We see here, to make a long story short, that Jeremiah 11:16 is calling the olive a Yefet Pri Toar, a beautifully formed fruit. This is very similar to the phrase that we see in, where we go, in Leviticus 23:40, Pri Eitz Hadar, literally a fruit of a beautiful. Hadar is usually translated as a goodly or a majestic. We'll just go with goodly. Okay, the fruit of a goodly tree. But the Hadar could also be modifying the Pri. I'm not going to get into the grammar of it, but it's basically saying a tree with beautiful fruit is what it's saying here. And what is that? What we see here in Jeremiah 11:16, that the olive tree, the Zayit Ra'anan, the olive tree is being called Yefeh Pri Toar, or it's being called a tree that has a fruit with a beautiful form. Very similar to the phrase in Leviticus 23:40, confirmed or backed up by the fact that when Nehemiah tells the children of Israel to go out and gather 4 species, and no, it's not 5 species. I once brought this to a rabbi, and he said, well, it's not 4 species. It's 5 species, because look, it says here olive trees and oil trees. No, that's the same thing. It's just a different type of olive trees, right? Oil always means olive in the Tanakh. So these are 4 species here. There are 4 species in Leviticus 23:40 that we're supposed to take for ourselves, which means gather, basically, okay, on Sukkot. And the rabbis claim that this Pri Eitz Hadar is something called an etrog, a citron, which didn't even come to the land of Israel until the Second Temple period, and had never reached the land of Israel in the first period, as the cute, slightly plump rabbi from New York says, whose name I can't remember. And that was his PhD thesis. And he is actually an Orthodox rabbi, but he admits that the etrog never came to Israel until the Second Temple period. So it couldn't have been what the Torah was referring to here. But of course, now looking at Jeremiah, we see, let me close we go to the Hebrew, we see that the zayit, the olive here, is called a beautifully shaped fruit, or beautifully formed fruit, which would support the idea that the olive and oil trees that are being spoken about in Nehemiah 8:15 are the beautifully formed fruit, or the beautiful fruit tree. I have 3 things open. Where was that? The tree with the goodly fruit spoken about in Leviticus 23. In other words, it's very strong proof that the rabbis are completely out of order in claiming that it's the etrog that is being spoken about in Leviticus 23:40. And in fact, we have 2 piece of evidence, Nehemiah 8:15, who clearly understands the pre-8s, the anybody? No, and I can't even remember how we got onto that, but that's okay. It's all good. Zalmai midalav is b'mayim rabim. So we're speaking about Israel's liquid or water, his seed flowing out, and basically a fertility blessing. The water and the seed representing the semen flowing out. Basically, it's a fertility blessing for progeny. And we wanted, I remember how we got onto it. We were looking at the Ibn Ezra. So this is as seed that is rava, means completely filled, saturated with water. But ta'am, and the meaning is shekol yom tzamach v'yigdal, yitzmach v'yigdal, that every day he shall flourish and grow. Okay, well that doesn't really get to the point that I was trying to make, where I think this is a reference to between flowing water and the word seed. I think this is a reference to semen, meaning that the seed of Israel will flourish. It's a fertility blessing is what I think. And I don't even think Robert Alter picked up on that one. That was verse 7. Yeah. So then we get to the second part. Let me close all of these out, by the way, since we're done with that tangent. V'yorome Agag Malko Utinaseh Malchuto. So his king will be superior to Agag, Utinaseh Malchuto, and his kingdom shall be exalted. So who's Agag? Agag is mentioned in the book of 1 Samuel. Let's find it. Here it is. And we have the famous story of Shaul capturing Agag, the king of the Amalekites, but having mercy on him. And that was basically the last straw for God. God, after this, decides to depose Saul. We could read this very briefly. I'll just do it in the English for now. So Samuel said to Saul, I'm the one Yahweh sent to anoint you the king over his people Israel. So listen now to the message from Yahweh. This is what the Almighty says. I will punish the Amalekites for what they did to Israel when they waylaid them as they came up from Egypt. We already saw that. That was back with the spies, right? After the spies came back with a poor report, they try to attack the Amalekites in the valley, and the Amalekites slay them. Now go attack the Amalekites and totally destroy all that belongs to them. Do not spare them. Put to death men and women, children and infants, cattle and sheep, camels and donkeys. I'll skip a little bit. Then Saul attacked the Amalekites all the way from Havilah to Shur, near the eastern border of Egypt. He took Agag, king of the Amalekites, alive, and all his people he totally destroyed with the sword. But Saul and the army spared Agag and the best of the sheep and the cattle, the fat calves and the lambs, everything that was good. These they were unwilling to destroy completely, but everything that was despised and weak they totally destroyed. So God commands them to put to death men, women, children, infants, cattle, sheep, camels, and donkeys. Saul decides to keep the best of the sheep and the cattle and the calves and the lambs for himself instead of put him to death as God had commanded, and he decides to spare Agag. He had mercy on Agag for some reason. Then the word of Yahweh came to Samuel, I regret that I've made Saul king because he has turned away from me and has not carried out my instructions. Samuel was angry and he cried out to Yahweh all night. Early in the morning, Samuel got up and went to meet Saul, but he was told Saul has gone to Carmel. Carmel is Haifa. There he has set up a monument in his own honor, and has turned and gone down to Gilgal. Gilgal is the first place that the Israelites, when they crossed into the land of Israel, they crossed into Gilgal. Gilgal is not far from Jericho. And a couple of years ago with my good friend Bruce Brill, we actually visited what is possibly, maybe probably the biblical site of Gilgal, right near the Jordan River, or where not far from where the Jordan River flows into the Dead Sea. When Samuel reached him, Saul said, may the Lord bless you. I have carried out the Lord's instructions. Had he? Nope. But Samuel said, what then is this bleating of sheep in my ears? What is this lowing of cattle that I hear, right? What are the sheep and the cattle? Those are the sheep and cattle of the Amalekites that Saul had kept alive and that he was not supposed to. Saul answered, the soldiers brought them from the Amalekites. They spared the best of the sheep and cattle as sacrifice to Yahweh, your God, but we totally destroyed the rest. So now Saul's busted and he's coming up with dumb excuses. The dog ate my homework kind of excuse, right? All of a sudden, oh yeah, we have the sheep and cattle, but we're not going to keep them for ourselves. We got them to sacrifice to Yahweh. Well, Samuel's not buying it. Enough, Samuel said to Saul. Let me tell you what the Lord said to me last night. Tell me, Saul replied. Samuel said, although you were once small in your own eyes, did you not become the head of the tribe of Israel? The Lord anointed you king over Israel, and he sent you on a mission, saying, go and completely destroy those wicked people, the Amalekites. Wage war against them until you have wiped them out. Why did you not obey the Lord? Why did you pounce on the plunder and do evil in the eyes of the Lord? And then Shaul is still sticking. It's my story, and I'm going to stick to it, Shaul says. But I did obey Yahweh, Saul said. I went on the mission the Lord assigned me. I completely destroyed the Amalekites and brought back Agag, their king. He wasn't supposed to bring him back. He was supposed to kill him. The soldiers took the sheep and cattle from the plunder, the best of what was devoted to God, in order to sacrifice them to the Lord, your God, at Gilgal. But Samuel replied, and this is famous, does Yahweh delight in burnt offerings and sacrifices as much as obeying the Lord, as much as obeying Yahweh? To obey is better than sacrifice, and to heed is better than the fat of rams. And again, we have this poetic parallelism. Obey, heed. We're seeing in the English, but if we went to the English Hebrew, we'd see it the same thing in the Hebrew, obviously. Sacrifice is in parallel to the fat of rams. For rebellion is like the sin of divination, and arrogance like the evil of idolatry. Because you've rejected the word of Yahweh, he has rejected you as king. Then Saul said to Samuel, I've sinned. I violated Yahweh's command and your instructions. I was afraid of the men, and so I gave in to them. Now I beg you, forgive my sin and come back with me so that I may worship Yahweh. But Samuel said to him, I will not go back with you. You've rejected the word of Yahweh, and Yahweh has rejected you as king over Israel. As Samuel turned to leave, Saul caught at the hem of his robe and it tore. Famous. Samuel said to him, so Samuel leaves, Saul catches on the hem of Samuel's robe and tears it, right? He rips Samuel's robe. Samuel said to him, and Samuel uses this as a symbol for prophecy, Yahweh has torn the kingdom of Israel from you today and give it to one of your neighbors. That, of course, is going to be David, to one better than you. He who is the glory of Israel does not lie or change his mind. For he's not a human being that he should change his mind. Saul replied, I have sinned, but please honor me before the elders of my people and before Israel. Come back with me so that I may worship Yahweh your God. So Samuel went back with Saul, and Saul worshipped Yahweh. Then Samuel said, "Bring me Agag, king of the Amalekites." So we now know who Agag is. He's king of the Amalekites. Agag came to him in chains, and he thought, surely the bitterness of death is past. In other words, if these people were going to kill me, Agag is thinking they would have already killed me. But Samuel said, "As your sword has made women childless, so will your mother be childless among women." And Samuel put Agag to death before the Lord, before Yahweh Gilgal. Then Samuel left for Ramah, but Saul went up to his home in Givat Shaul, where I lived in Israel. It's a neighborhood in Jerusalem. Until the day Shmuel died, he did not go to see Saul again, though Shmuel mourned for him, and Yahweh regretted that he made Saul king over Israel. So, then we have the anointing of David, and so David is there chosen as king. He doesn't assume the kingship until later, right? Until Saul is already dead. And so on and so forth. David and Goliath. So now, Yarom me Agag Malko. So his kingdom shall be dominant over Agag, or his king shall be dominant over Agag, shall be greater than Agag. So if this is the same Agag, it's prophetic, referring to the king of the Amalekites in the time of Shaul, which is many hundreds of years later, right? I think it's about 400 years later than the period we're talking about right now. Or if you want to be a modern biblical scholar, you may say this proves that these verses were written only much later, after the incident with Saul, who you don't even believe existed anyway, and Agag supposedly happened. Let's take a look at some of the bad signal. Yeah, I know. Can you guys hear me okay now, though? How's the signal now? So I can try to switch back to the other internet. Testing 1, 2, 3. Better now? Okay. So, rightio. Where were we? Yeah, so let's look at some of the commentaries and see if anyone says that Agag means someone else. I'm sure that Robert Alter is going to say that this means the Agag from the time of Shaul. So this is verse 7, Numbers 24:7. Agag, king of Amalek at the time of Saul. The Ibn Ezra already we saw. He says it's a prophecy for the time of Saul. We can look at some of these other commentaries here. So Numbers 21:7, and then we can go to commentary. So here's an interesting one. God, I really want to kill these flies. These flies, every week I have a problem with these damn flies in the summertime. So Agag appears to have been the title, nomen dignitatis, the dignitary name of the Amalekite kings, as Pharaoh of the Egyptian and Abimelech of the Philistine king. So that's an interesting explanation. So what he's saying, what commentary is this? Ellicott's commentary for English readers is saying that Agag is not a proper name, that it's the title, like Pharaoh, excuse me, like Pharaoh is the title given to Egyptian kings. So Agag is the title given to Amalekite kings. And that's an interesting comment, right? That is a nice way of of explaining it so that we don't have to resort to the fact of either the Torah being written after the time of Saul, as the modern secular biblical scholars might say, or this being a prophecy for 400 years later in the time of Saul, as the Ibn Ezra said. I like this. It may or may not be the case, but it's a good explanation. The reference does not seem to be to any particular king, but to the kingdom which should hereafter be established in Israel, to the kings generally which should come out of the loins of Abraham. So if we're understanding what this commentary is saying, here it says, Yarom Agag Malko, his king shall be dominant over Agag, over the king of the Amalekites, meaning the king of Israel shall be dominant over the king of the Amalekites, Utinaseh Malchuto, and his kingdom shall be exalted. So we read it that way, then that makes actually a lot of sense. Let's see if there are any other good commentaries here. It has been supposed with great probability that by most commentators that Agag was the common name of the kings of Amalek, as Pharaoh was of the Egyptian kings, and Avimelech of those of the Philistines. Because we have two Avimelechs, one in the time of Abraham and then one in the time of Yitzchak. Amalek was a neighboring country and therefore was fitly introduced upon the present occasion. And it was likewise at that time, a great and flourishing kingdom beyond being styled the first of the nations, and therefore for the king of Israel to be exalted above the king of Amalek was really a wonderful exaltation. But wonderful as it was accomplished by Saul, who smote the Amalekites from Havilah, etc. That's what we saw in Samuel chapter 15. Samuel chapter 15. Is it 15? 17? No. 15. Yes, 15. And took Agag, the king of the Amalekites, alive and utterly destroyed all the people with the edge of the sword. 1 Samuel 15, 7-8. The first king of Israel subdued Agag, the king of the Amalekites, so that it might truly and properly be said, his king shall be higher than Agag, and his kingdom shall be exalted, as it was afterward greatly by David and Solomon. Okay. Let's take a look at, so I have some other commentaries which I don't use as often, but let's look at, is it this one? Yes, the NIV cultural background, Torah, or Bible. And let's see what it says, because this seems like right up its alley. I think I have to do this. Or for an hour, sure. Why not? So we've got to go to Numbers 24. And I'll just have to kind of estimate. I think actually this is entire Tanakh. See where that gets us. Just up to Genesis. Let's try that. Leviticus, we're getting close. Right there. Oh, no, that's Leviticus. We need Numbers. Numbers 19. We're getting pretty close. Good. Numbers 20. Okay, the king will be greater than Agag. So let's see what this Bible says. So Agag, here we are in 24:7. He ruled the Amalekites at the time of King Saul, 1 Samuel 15:8. The Amalekites were Israel's greatest enemy during Moses' lifetime. Having been routed by Israel soon after the Exodus, the Amalekites defeated Israel after Israel rejected the gift of the land, Numbers 14:43 through 45. That was the story of the spies. Agag seems to have been a dynastic name among the Amalekites, and this oracle depicts a future victory in the exaltation of Israel. So he's basically saying this Bible, whatever it's called, the NIV Cultural Backgrounds Bible, is saying the same thing, that Agag seems to have been a dynastic name among the Amalekites, right? Saying the same thing that we saw in the Elikot Reader's Commentary. And this oracle depicts a future victory in the exaltation of Israel. And that's it. That's all he says. Okay, let's finish the poem here before Balak fires Bilam. You know, pack your shit up and get the hell out of here. You're useless. You're fired. You're fired, right? Isn't that, again, what the Donald Trump used to say in, what was that show he had? I never watched it, but I mean, I saw clips of it on YouTube here and there. The Apprentice, right? King Trump, that's what he used to say, right? In case you guys didn't know, I'm a huge Donald Trump fan. I don't care what anybody says, but I assume most people here are as well. Agag malko v'tinaseh malchuto. Okay. El motzi'o mimitzrayim kito afoth ra'em lo. Alrighty, so God took him out of Egypt. Kito afot, I think we saw this word last week, if I remember. And let me close this off. Eminence. PDB translates it as eminence of towering horns. Tofod re'em lo. Towering horns. And there's a question mark. So nobody knows what this word really means either. Robert Alter says, like a wild ox's antlers for him. I think we saw this. This was in a previous oracle of Bilam, wasn't it? Let's see. Yes, it was in the second, Numbers 23:22. Numbers 23:22. So Bilam is repeating himself a little bit. El motzi'am mitzrayim kito'afot re'em lo. That's the second oracle, and here we have almost a repetition of that in Numbers 24. Oops. Here, El motzi'o mimitzrayim kito'afot re'em. That's here, what we're reading, and in Numbers 23, one chapter earlier, El motzi'am mimitzrayim kito'afot re'em lo. So almost word for word the same. So I think we spoke about it a little bit last time, and Robert Alter translates it like this, like the wild ox's antlers for him. So let's just move on. Yochal goyim tzarao ועצמותיהם ייגרם והיצאו ימחץ. Okay, so יאכל גויים צרעו, so he will eat he will devour nations who are his enemies, his tormentors. Let's get again, since it's very poetic, I want to get other translations. So this is 24:8. He consumes nations, his foes. وَعَتْمُتَيْهِمْ يِغَرِمْ, and their bones does he crush. And also, this only occurs a couple of times, and it's not clear what it means either. Shoshi boy, no, Shoham. BDB says lay aside, leave, save, meaning dubious, cut off, hence reserve. So nobody knows what it means exactly. And Robert Alter translates this crush. Let's see if he has a comment on why he chooses that translation. The switch from plural to singular object of the verb is characteristic of fluid Hebrew in this regard. Okay, I have a cat suckling on my earlobe now. He loves to do this little guy. We found this guy about 2 months ago as a little abandoned kitten. So we'll just let him suckle on my earlobe. Okay, Shoshi boy. And smashes his loins until it gets too annoying that I can't concentrate, but I'll try. So he doesn't explain why he chooses the word crush here. Shoshi boy, what are you doing? You guys can't even see it. Yeah. All right, so where were we? Okay, I can't. Shoshi, do this. Not now. Okay, now I've cat slobber all over my earlobe. Okay, El Motzim Mitzrayim Afot Re'emno. Where were we? No, this is 23. Shoshi boy, not now, sweetheart. Not now. Okay, Atzmotem Yigarim. So we'll just leave it at Shoshi boy. Come. Go back to Lavi. Wachitzao Yemhatz. And Chetz is an arrow, like bow and arrow. Yemhatz is to crush. I'm sorry, not crush, to to crush. Let's see, they translate it here. Smashes his loins is how Robert Alter deals with that one. So he doesn't even translate that as arrow. What do I choose? Shoshi boy, you can't do this now, sweetheart. Go. The Masoretic text reads and smashes his arrows. A compelling emendation adopted by many scholars corrects this with halatzao yimchatz. The addition of a single consonant in the noun in question. This not only yields a much more intelligible parallelism, but also reflects other lines of biblical poetry in which loins, halatzaim, is the direct object of smash or machat. So basically what Robert Alter is saying is that this is actually a scribal error. Stop it, sweetheart. That's it. No, you can't now. Hold on a second. I'll be right back. Let me just put this cat in the back area. No. Here, Okay. So he says that this is actually scribal error, and there's a lamed being omitted, and it should read v'halatzao imchatz, which would mean it will and crush his loins. Okay, let's move on. And then this is again, we saw this in the previous oracle, and this is hearkening back to Genesis chapter 49. We spoke about this last week. Kara shachav ki'ari kalavi mi yakimenu. He has bent his knees and laid down like a lion, and like another word for lion, I think. Robert Alter very cleverly translates Ari as lion and Lavi as king of the beasts. They both mean lion. Mi yakimenu, who will dare rouse him? We saw a similar phrase in in Bilam's second oracle, which we spoke about last week, but let's just look at it again. To find it, let's see. I know how to do it. Let's do it this way. So Numbers 23, 24. הן עם כלביא יקום, כארי יתנשא, לא ישקף עד יאכל טרף ודם חללים ישתה. So this says, they are a people like a lion. Yakum, or they are a people who arise like a lion. And it's very possible that the English word lion also may come from Arie. Oh, no, forget what I was going to say. Because it could. Well, it's possible that the word lavi becomes the word leo in Latin, lavi, leo, which becomes lion in English. So, hem am kilavi yakum, they are a people. Speaking again, this is Bilam's second prophecy about Israel. There are people who rise up like a lion. Ke'ari yitnasa, who arise or who rise up like the king of the beasts. Another word for ari, just another word for lion. Lo yishkav ad yochal teref. He does not lie down to rest until he has devoured his prey. V'dam chalalim yishteh, and he drinks the blood of the fallen, of the slain. So we have that reference right there. And I said that reminds us of the blessing. And let me just see one more thing here. Right. And that reminds us of the blessing in Genesis chapter 49 that Jacob gives to Yehuda on his deathbed. Gur Aryeh, Yehuda. Yehuda is a lion's cub, the cub of a lion. Miteref bani alita. You rose up from your prey, meaning you ate your prey and then you arose. Kara ravatz ka'aryeh. You bent your knees and lay down. Ravatz always means, or generally means for an animal to like lie down in the grass. Ka'aryeh. So you bent your knees and lay down like a lion. Ukilavi, and like the king of the beasts. Another word for lion. Mi yakimenu, who will dare rouse him? Who will rouse him literally, but the implication is who will dare rouse him. So that's the blessing on Yaakov that Yaakov on his deathbed gives to Judah, to Yehuda, and here we see it almost word for word. Hin am kilavi, Yakum ke'ari, yitnasa. Behold, there are people like a lion. Or I'll translate always, well, okay, we'll do lavi as lion. Yakum. I'm sorry. Hen am kelavi yakum. There are people that rise up like a lion. Uke'ari, yitnasa, and who raise themselves up, or who exalt themselves like another word for lion, like king of the beasts. Lo yishkav ad yochad teref. He will not rest, will not lie down until he's devoured his prey. V'dam chalalim ishteh, and he's drunk the blood of his. I'm sorry, that's Numbers 23. That's the second oracle. But now, in Numbers 24, we have an oracle that's even closer to the blessing that Yaakov gives Yehuda in Genesis 49:9. Okay, kara shachav ke'ari. He bent his knees and lay down like a lion, and like the king of the beasts. Mi yakimenu. I think that's basically word for word of what we see here. Here it's kara ravatz ke'aryeh ukelavi mi yakimenu. This is Genesis 49:9. Kara ravatz ke'aryeh ukelavi mi yakimenu. Here we have kara shachav ke'aryeh ukelavi mi yakimenu. So the only difference is here it says instead of ravatz, it says shachav. In Genesis 49:9, it says ravatz, which again means to lie down, basically like an animal lies down on the grass. In modern Hebrew, the Hebrew word marbitz, laharbitz, which is the causative, the hefil form of ravatz, means to beat, like to hit someone. If you hit somebody with your hand, you say ani marbitz lo. But really, the original meaning is to cause an animal to lie down in the grass. And what's the relationship to hitting? Well, when you want an animal to lie down, like let's say you want a sheep to lie down in the grass, you might beat him with a stick or something like that to make him lie down in the grass. So marbitz means to cause to lie down. And of course, we have the famous Psalm, is it 123? 121? Do you remember now? It's 123. Let's find it. No. Must be 121 or 120. No. 21? Yes. No. I'm sorry. I don't remember which one it is now. So many different Psalms. I have to remember. 1 second. It's, of course, the one where it says, in the shadow of the valley of death. Psalm 23, thank you. So let's go to Psalm 23 for a second. Mizmor David. Mizmor David, Yahweh Roi Lachsar. I'm not going to read the whole thing here, but let's just read verse 2. Well, I'll read verses 1 and 2. Mizmor David, so a psalm of David. Yahweh Roi Lo Ehsar. Yahweh, God is my shepherd, I shall not lack. Yahweh is my shepherd, I shall lack nothing. In the green grass, literally in the pleasant grass, but I'll translate it in the green grass, yarbitseni. He shall cause me to lie down. And here we have that same word, yarbitseni. This is the hefil, or what's called the causative form of the underlying verb ravatz, resh bet sadi, which is the verb we see right here. I'm sorry, in Genesis 49:9, ravatz. Why is this doing this? Here we go. Ravatz. Okay, he lay down. The Lion of Judah lay down. Here in Psalm 23, this is David saying that Benot Deshi Yarbitseni, he will cause me to lie down on the green grass, or in the pleasant grass. So Yarbitseni is the hefil, or the causative form of this verb ravatz, which means to lie down. Here it's cause me to lie down, or make me lie down, or lay me down. Okay? He will lead me to pleasant or to restful waters. So, and we said that this verb yarbitseni means he will lay me down. He will cause me to lie down, right? Just the shepherd causes a sheep to lie down in the grass. So this is yarbitz would be the third person masculine singular future or imperfect form of the verb ravat. So it means he will cause me to lie down. And then yarbitseni, he will cause to lie down, would be yarbitz, and yarbitseni, he will cause me to lie down, because the suffix ni or eni means it's a when you can have an objective suffix, a suffix that acts as an object on a verb. So he will cause me to lie down. But as I mentioned, in modern Hebrew, the word yarbitz or laharbitz means to hit or smack, right? If some kid smacks another kid, you could say lama ta marbitz lo, why are you hitting him? But it really comes from this verb, which means to cause to lie down onto the grass. B'nei odesha, on the beautiful or on the green grass, he will cause me to lie down. But you may cause your animal, a shepherd may cause a sheep to lie down by hitting him with a stick. That's how he makes him lie down. So in modern Hebrew, la'arbitz came to mean, I'm not sure if it was in modern Hebrew or medieval Hebrew, certainly not in biblical Hebrew. Not that I remember offhand, but maybe in medieval Hebrew, or who knows, maybe already in Mishnaic Hebrew, laharbitz, instead of meaning to cause to lie down, came to mean to hit or to smack. Okay, so that's a little tour down that. Precious kitty, yes. Doggy used to suckle on Ollie's ears for nearly a year. Well, I have every day. Let me tell you, I have more slobber on my earlobes than I know what to do with that. And when he's done suckling on one earlobe, he goes to the other earlobe and starts sucking on it. So, what can I do? He's too cute. I can't resist. Okay, so where were we? Yes, so we were saying that in Bilam's third oracle, this is almost word for word the same verse that we have in Genesis chapter 49:9. Kara ravatz ka'aryeh. I'm sorry, where was it? Yes. Kara ravatz ka'aryeh kilavi mi yakimenu. The only difference is in Genesis 49:9, we have the word ravatz, which we now have learned means to lie down, as a sheep lies down on the grass after he's done grazing. And in the oracle, the third oracle of Bilam, we have, instead of ravatz, we have shachav, which means also to lie down. And if we didn't know what ravatz meant, or we didn't know what shachav meant, now we could learn, because these two are in parallel. Okay, kara ravatz ka'aryeh kilavi mi yakimenu. Here, kara shachav ka'aryeh ukilavi mi yakimenu. It's the same word. It's the same phrase, word for word, except in Numbers 24:9, we have shachav instead of ravatz, which we have in Genesis 49:9. So that's that one. Mivarchecha baruch ve'orecha arur. So this is Bilam basically playing. He's basically channeling the top hits of Israel, right? So here he's quoting basically word for word the blessing that Jacob gives Yehuda on Jacob's deathbed. Ravatz. If it's already just about word for word, why didn't Bilam here use ravatz? Why did he use shachav? That's, I think, a long discussion, but it just goes to show that when the Torah repeats things, it usually does not repeat them word for word. Slight differences, and these slight differences actually, I think, are done giving slightly different perspectives. It's like when you retell a story. If you retell it the exact same way, word for word, the listener is not going to learn a lot. But if you tell it slightly differently, you're actually giving more details. And of course, those who don't believe that the Torah is divine, those who think it's just a man made creation will say, this proves, here it says shachav, there it says ravatz. When we have a replay of the Ten Commandments in Deuteronomy, or even later on in Deuteronomy, the same words are not exactly used. This proves that the Torah is written by man, because they can't even repeat themselves properly. Well, if it were really written by man, they probably would repeat themselves word for word exactly to try to prove that it's, in my opinion, proves or is evidence for the divinity of the Torah, because it shows that the Torah doesn't have to pretend to be exactly the same in all places. It doesn't have to pretend to repeat itself verbatim, that it can actually get the same idea across by giving slightly different versions, and those two versions don't detract from each other because they're different. They actually illuminate each other because they're similar, but slightly different words are used or slightly different phrases are used, which actually give a slightly different perspective or a slightly different take on whatever verse is being repeated. And that's, again, the analogy I would give is, if you tell a story once and then, I don't know, the person listening says, tell the story again, you might tell it slightly differently. And you're not contradicting yourself. You're just, when you tell it the second time, you're saying it in a slightly different way. Maybe you remember slightly different things, or maybe you want to emphasize slightly different things. Or maybe the first time through you emphasize, you said certain things that now you want to point out a little bit more in a little bit of a different way. You're actually illuminating the first telling of the story, not detracting from it or not contradicting it. But the stupid, simplistic thinking anti-Bible people say that this is some kind of proof that the Torah was written by man, the fact that it will use different phrases. And here's an example where it says shachav in Numbers 20. I mean, Bilam is clearly channeling or clearly repeating this blessing. It's almost word for word of Yaakov to Yehuda in Genesis 49:9, except he's not using ravatz. He's using here shachav. But this doesn't prove, right, that this is a fake story. This actually illuminates it, right? It shows that the Bilam is telling it slightly differently. He's putting maybe his own perspective on it, or his own way of saying it slightly, because it's different people saying it. One time it's Yaakov saying it, another time it's Bilam saying it. And anyway, here we have Mivarchecha Baruch ve'orerecha arur. Those who bless you shall be blessed, and those who curse you shall be cursed. And that, of course, here we go, Genesis 12:3. Close this out. Close this out. Close this out. So Genesis 12:3. I'll just go to the English for a second. So this is the beginning of the story with Abraham, right? Before this, we have basically the begats down to Abram. And now in Genesis 12 begins the story of the patriarchs for real. And you into a great nation, at least the first time recorded in Torah. I will make your name great, and you'll be a blessing. I will bless those who bless you, and whoever curses you, I will curse. And all the peoples on earth will be blessed through you. Okay, well, here we have Genesis 12:3. I will bless those who bless you, and whoever curses you, I will curse. Here we have, in the end of the third oracle of Bilam, Mivarchecha Baruch. Those who bless you shall be blessed, ve'orerecha arur, and those who curse you shall be cursed. And we can even look at this in the English. May those who bless you be blessed, and those who curse you be cursed. They're saying it as if it's may, but I don't think so. It's just those who bless you will be blessed, Those who curse you will be cursed. And this is clearly, once again, channeling Genesis 12:3, when Yahweh first speaks to Abram. He's not yet named Abraham. That doesn't happen until Genesis chapter 15. I will bless those who bless you, and whoever curses you, I will curse. And that's the end of Bilam's third oracle. And obviously, Balak, the king of the Amalekites, ain't too happy. So here we go with this comedy story. I really find, I think a lot of people find this to be a very kind of funny story, even though, again, it's not, because it ends with the death of a lot of Israelites, as we shall see if we get to that. We'll go for another 10 minutes, and I'll take a break, and then maybe we'll go for about another half an hour to an hour after that. So we are now in Numbers 24:10. Ichar af Balak el Bilam. So Balak became incensed, became infuriated with Bilam. Spoke it kapau. Uyomer. So Balak became infuriated with Balaam, and he spoke. I'm not sure what that means. Let's look it up. Struck together. Let's see how Robert Alter deals with that one. Numbers 24:10. Clapped his palms. I guess they're getting it from context, because I don't know if he spoke is actually used very often. Let me close this out for a second. Let's close this out. Oops. Let me see something. Sifuim. He spoke. So here they have it in different places. It only appears a couple of times. Strike bargains. Smote on my thigh. Acharei wadi sapakti el yarech. Okay. Huh. Interesting. So in modern Hebrew, sapek means, well, it's so for instance, you could say in modern Hebrew, maspik. Maspik means enough. It really means it suffices, right? Lisapek means to supply something, again in modern Hebrew. So in other words, to give something to someone so that it suffices, lisapek, and a sapak is a supplier. So here the BDB says, suffice, abound. And in the Syriac, relates to the Syriac, that's sapak. In the Arabic, again, it's hard to see that Arabic there, but I assume it's shafaq. So I don't know. Okay, the NAS exhaustive concordance says strike, strikes, struck. The only way, it seems to mean a bunch of different things, but here in, where was it? In Jeremiah, v'acharei hi wa'adi sabakti al yarech. So after I after I was informed, sabakti al yarech, I struck my thigh. Okay, good enough. So let's leave it at that. I guess it makes sense from the context, right? Why he spoke at kapao. He slammed his hands together. He clapped his hands together. Yomer, Balak el Bilam. And Balak said to Bilam, Lakov oivai karaticha. Lakov oivai karaticha. V'hine berachta barech ze shalosh pa'amim. I called you here to curse my enemies. To curse my enemies. I called you here. I called you. V'hine berachta barech ze shalosh pamim, but look what you've done. You've blessed them 3 times. And the look what you've done, you've blessed them 3 times is my way of translating the berachta barech, which is repetition of the word of the underlying root of basically barach, which means to bless. So it means you English. So you've done nothing but bless them 3 times. Would be maybe a decent translation. Okay, repetition means emphasis. So it's being emphasis. So Balak is emphasizing the fact that look what you've done, you idiot. You blessed them 3 times. All you've done is bless them 3 times when I called you here to curse them. So Balak is really mad. He's definitely not getting his money's worth from this contract. Ata birah lecha el mikomecha, and now literally it says flee yourself to your place. But he's get the hell out of here, GTFO, get out of here. Is basically what Balak is saying to Bilam. Get out of here, you idiot. Okay, I called you to curse Israel, and you're blessing them. So get the f out of here. Had enough of you. Amarti, chabed, achabedecha, wahine, mina acha Yahweh mikvod. And then he says, now he's doing the old guilt treatment, right, on Bilam. So first he tells him, get out of here. Take your crap and get the heck out of my face. Literally. I said to you that I will greatly honor you. And again, it just says kabed in English some way, so I'll translate it. I told you I will greatly honor you. And now look what Yahweh has done. He's prevented you from getting honor, from your honor. And honor may mean really money, I guess. Maybe when Balak first calls upon Bilam, one second, I'm just going to find it. Here. So this is when Balak is originally trying to convince Bilam to come. So this is Numbers 22:15. We read this last week. V'yosef od Balak shalach sarim rabim v'nichbadim me'ela. So Balak continued wooing, trying to woo Bilam, and this time he sent representatives who were greater and more honored than the previous ones. In other words, he sent higher level dignitaries to try to woo Bilam to come to Balak to curse Israel. And they came to Bilam and they said to him, Ko amar Balak ben Tzipor, so says Balak the son of Tzipor, al na ti mana mehaloch elai. Please don't refrain from coming with me, from going with me, or coming to me. Because I will give you great honor. I will certainly give you great honor. Here again the repetition. I will certainly give you great honor, or very great honor. And anything you request of me, I will do. But come now and curse for me this people. And then Verse 18, Ya'an Bil'am yomer el avdei Balak. And Bilam answered and said to the servants, the slaves of Balak, Im yiten li Balak malo beto kesef v'zahav lo uchal lavor et pi Yahweh Elohai la'asot ktana o gdola. So Balak answers the servants, the slaves of Bilam answers the servants of Balak and says, even if Balak were to give me his entire house, all of his possessions of silver and gold, I cannot deviate from the word of Yahweh, my God, even by a small amount or a large amount. So this implies here, so the point being that when Balak says to Bilam, I will certainly give you great honor, and then Bilam responds to to Balak through his messengers, through his servants, even if Balak would give me his entire household worth of, or all of his silver and gold, I can't go against the word of God. This implies that this is a monetary exchange here, right? This implies that this phrase, I will certainly honor you greatly, or I will give you great honor, implies that this really means money. Or what else can it mean? What does he want? He wants what the heck does Bilam want? He wants to be, I don't know, the Duke of Moab or something like that. I mean, what use is that going to be, right? We're talking about money here. And even in modern Hebrew, when you say it can mean I want to give you something. I want to give you a present. Okay, let me give you something. In other words, some kind of present or even money. So that's the idea here. The point that I'm trying to make is that that when Balak says to Bilam, I will give you great honor, what he really means is I'm going to pay you well. Okay, and now where were we? We can close this out. And he says, Kabed achabdecha. Amati kabed achabdecha. I said I would give you great honor, meaning I would give you lots of money. And now Yahweh has prevented you from your honor, from gaining this honor. In other words, God has prevented you from getting all the money, right? God has not allowed you to get all this money, the silver and gold that I was going to give you. Okay, God has screwed you out of your money, is basically what Balak is saying to Bilam. Okay, that's exactly what Balak is saying to Bilam here. He's basically saying, your God, I called you here to curse Israel. Instead, you're blessing Israel because you're clinging to this God who you say you cannot deviate even a small amount from what he's telling you to say. Okay, that God who you're so clinging to has screwed you out of your money. So that he's trying to guilt trip Bilam, and I think what he's essentially trying to do is to convince Bilam he's actually trying to convince Bilam to go against God and curse Israel by trying to, I guess, create a wedge between God and Bilam by convincing Bilam that God has screwed him out of his money. Okay, you see what's at play here? It's very sneaky. Okay, verse 12. Why yomer Bilam el Balak? And so Bilam responded to Balak, Halo gam el melachech asher shalach elai dibarti lemor. Don't you remember? I'm going to paraphrase. So don't you remember that gam el melachecha, that even to your messengers which you sent to me, I said, Im yiten li Balak malo beto kesef וזהב, לא אוכל לעבור את פי יהוה לעשות טובה או רעה מליבי אשר ידבר יהוה אותו אדבר. Okay? So basically here Bilam is replying directly to Balak, right? They're face to face right now, and quoting essentially, now I've got to open that up again, quoting essentially that phrase we just looked at, or that verse we just looked at in Numbers 22. Where was it? I should have kept it open. Now I got to find it again. One second. these two verses, 22, 17, and 18. So he's repeating that, right? So Bilam says back to Balak, okay, when your messengers first came to me, I told him, even if Balak would give me his entire worth, his entire house of silver and gold, but basically all of his silver and gold, I cannot deviate. I cannot deviate. Transgressed would be maybe the way it's traditionally translated, but it really means deviate from the. I cannot deviate from it pi Yahweh, literally the mouth of Yahweh, but it means the word of God. So I cannot deviate from the word of God. Lasot tova or ra'at, to do either good or bad, meaning whatever God tells me, I can't make it better or make it worse. Mili bi, from my own heart, okay, according to my own heart, okay. In other words, I can't do anything different according to what my own heart wants to do. I still cannot deviate from what God is putting in my mouth. Okay, Asher yidaber Yahweh oto adaber. That which Yahweh speaks, so I shall speak. Okay, and here again we have a repetition of essentially numbers 22, 17 to 18, but the wording is a little bit different. It again points out what I was saying before, that when stories are retold, they're inevitably told slightly differently. So here I'll just give one quick example. So here Balak, when he responds, says, I cannot transgress the word of God, or I cannot deviate from the word of Yahweh, my God, Elohai, lasot ktana u'gedola, to do even neither a smaller, certainly not a big thing, either a small or a big thing. Here, instead of saying small or big thing, here he says to do either a good or a bad thing, meaning to make the prophecy better or to make the prophecy worse. So Bilam is repeating his own words, but he's not repeating them word for word. Here he's saying to do something, I cannot deviate from the word of God either by a little or by a lot. And here he's saying I cannot deviate from the word of God to say something better or worse. It's the same idea. It's the same story. It's the same person retelling the story, but he's using different words. He's using slightly different phraseology. And that doesn't mean that he's contradicting himself. It just means that when you retell stories, you retell them slightly differently. And that's not only natural and normal, it's actually to be expected. I mean, think about any story you retold a couple of times, and I guarantee that each time you told it, you tell a slightly different version. The P in the authors, and that this was written by the E and that was written by the P or whatever. That's all a load of baloney. What's happening here is what happens anytime something is retold. There are going to be differences, and those differences are not contradictions. They're actually illuminations. They actually illuminate the story by telling it 2 or 3 or 4 times, and you hear it slightly differently each time. You get a better idea of what's going on, not that it's some kind of contradiction. Okay, verse 14. And now I'm going back to my people. And now come, or literally go, but it means come, and I'm gonna give you advice, or I'm gonna advise you what these people are gonna do to your people in the end of days or in the future. So now Balak has pissed off Bilam, and again, Bilam, he can only say, as he's now pointed out a number of times, he can only say what God puts in his mouth. But now, I guess God is putting in his mouth words that are going to really screw over Balak. Okay, so now Bilam, before he goes, so Balak fires Bilam. Bilam says, listen, I told you from the beginning I didn't want to do this, or if I did it, I can only say what God tells me to do. Even if you give me all your silver and gold, I can only say what God puts in my mouth. So I'm going back home, but before I do, here's what's here. Let me fill you in about how you're going to be screwed by this people, Israel, that you wanted me to come and curse. And that's going to be the following oracles, which will pretty much lead to the end of the story of Bilam per se, but then we get into the Baal Peor worship, which maybe we'll do. But in the meantime, I want to take a little bit of a break. I've been talking for like 3 hours straight, or 2.5 hours straight. So let me take a break for about 10 minutes, drink some water, stretch, and then we will come back and we will finish off the story of Bil'am. Before we do, any questions, any comments? Anybody? Anybody want to say anything? Going once? Going twice? Okay, so we'll be back in just a bit. I'll put on some music. And we'll see you back in a couple minutes.
וצמתה מוטלת על כתיפה, ובחצר היו החיילים, צולים דגים גדולים על גחלים, המון דברים יפים ראו עיניים, בהחזות הנחל בסיני, שם כל השרות והדליות והרינות פסעו לאט בתוך סדירת קזוארינות עם כל החור וכל הפלאי אשר ראיתי בעיניי אשר ראיתי בעיניי בהחזות השירי רש בהחזות הנחל בסיני שכל השרות והדליות והרינות פסעו לאט בתוך סדירת בהחזות אני לא האמנתי לעיניי כשפתאום פגשתי בפינה את ארץ ישראל הישנה, את ארץ ישראל האבודה והיפהפייה והנשכחת, והיא כמו הושיטה את ידה כדי לתת ולא כדי לקחת, ואני לא האמנתי לעיניי בהחזות הנחל בסיני איך בהחזות הנחל בסיני המון דברים יפים רציתי לחבק שם את כולם ללחוש הפרצופים הנבוכים, הו מתנני במדבר מלון אורחים, הו מתנני במדבר מלון אורחים, עם כל הסיירות והנהיות והלינות, אמצע לאט ודחתירת גזוארינות, עם כל האור וכל הפלאי אשר ראיתי במו עיניי, במו עיניי.
ימים לבנים ארוכים כמו בקיץ קרני החמה, שלוות בדידות גדולה על מרחב הנהר, חלונות פתוחים לרווחה אל תכלת דממה, גשרים ישרים וגבוהים בין אתמול ומחר. כל כך קל לשאת שתיקתכם, ימים לבנים וריקים, כל כך אל עיניי למדו לחייך וחדו מי שכבר לזרז על לוח שעון את מרוץ הדקים, ישרים וגבוהים הקשרים בין אתמול ומחר. לבבי התרגל אל עצמו ומונה במתינות דפיקותיו, ולמתק הקצב הלך התבייס לוותר ונרגע, כתינוק מזמר שיר על סוף טרם סגור את עיניו, את האם עליה פסקה מזמר נרדמה. לבבי התרגל אל עצמו ומונה במתינות דפיקותיו, ולמתק הקצב הרך מתבייס לוותר ונרגע, כתינוק מזמר שיר על סוף טרם סגור את עיניו, את האם עליה פסקה מזמר נרדמה. ימים לבנים ארוכים כמו בקיץ קרני החמה, שלוות בדידות גדולה על מרחב הנהר, חלונות פתוחים לרווחה אל תכלת דממה, גשרים ישרים וגבוהים בין אתמול ומחר. דרומה הצבעון את האוויר אם לעתים נודד אני על לעתים לחזור
אוויר הרים צלול כיין, בריח אורנים, נישא ברוח ערביים עם כל פעמונים. ובתרדמת אילן ואבן, שבויה בחלומה, העיר אשר בדד יושבת ובליבה חומה. ירושלים של זהב ושל נחושת ושל אור, אנו לכל שירייך אני כינור. ירושלים של זהב ושל נחושת ושל אור, אנו לכל שירייך אני מהלילות רוחות, ואם יורד אל ים המלח בדרך יריחו. ירושלים של זהב ושל נחושת ושל ושל נחושת ושל אור, הלא לכל שירייך אני כינור. אך בבואי היום לשיר לך, ולך לקשור כתרים, קטונתי מצעיר בנייך, ומאחרון אל המשוררים. גשמך צורב את השפיים, כנשיקה צרה, ומתחילה אשר כולה ירושלים של זהב ושל נחושת אור, לכל שירייך אני כינור. ירושלים של זהב ושל נחושת ושל אור, הלא לכל שירייך אני
Back to the World Alliance of Qara'im. Oops. Try it again. Okay, we are continuing and with the story of Bilam and Balak, one of the comedy stories in the Torah. You know, kind of like a comedic relief or comic relief within the serious stories that we usually find in the Torah. Of course, it is somewhat serious towards the end, of course, as we'll get to, but there's a lot of funny stuff in here. There's a lot of good comedy, very good comedy, as a matter of fact. Oh my God. You are go crazy. Oh my God. At the time, the sun's starting to set, and this is when the cats go absolutely nuts. And this little guy, who's basically now an adolescent. How old are you now, Shoham? Let's see. You've got to be about 15. Let's say April 15, June, May, June, July. About 3 months old. This cat, he's out of his mind. He just runs back and forth. He attacks the tails of the other cats until they swat him away. He jumps on things. I mean, when the sun starts setting, this guy goes absolutely nuts. But he's a cutie. Okay, let's do a quick sound check. So how is the sound? Shoham, what are you doing, you little crazy guy? What are you doing? You are trying to crawl under the couch, but you can't fit anymore. Too big. You don't even realize you got bigger. All right. All right. Is the sound okay? Sound check, sound check. Somebody let me know, please, because I can switch back to the mobile network. If it gets bad, please let me know. Type a comment in, and I can try switching to the mobile network. But I'm very limited what I could do. Unfortunately, that's just the reality. Okay, so where was we? So, right. So Balak just canned Bilam and sent him packing, and Bilam basically cursed him out. Right? So, you know, that's the old thing. You get fired and you curse out your boss. So that's basically what's happening here, right? We were in verse 14. So Balak basically tells Bilam, get out of here, go back home, you're useless. And then Bilam says, okay, I'm going to go, but now I'm going to go back to my people. But first I'm going to give you a little bit of advice. I'm going to tell you what this people, Israel, is going to do to your people in the future. And here we go. Verse 15. Am I sharing the screen correctly? No, I'm not. Let's try it again. Window, Twitter. So here we go. Now Bilam is probably actually happy about the oracle that God is giving him, because he's probably a little bit pissed off at Balak that he got fired because remember he says, "Listen, I told you I can only say what God puts in my mouth. I told you that when your messengers first came to me, I told you straight out, I can only say what God puts into my mouth. And even if you give me all of your gold and silver, I cannot deviate to the left or to the right, right? Even a little bit or a lot, either good towards to the good or to the bad, I cannot deviate from what God puts in my mouth, even if you were to give me all of your gold and silver. And so now you're firing me? Okay, fine, fire me. Guess what? I'm gonna leave you. I'm gonna literally curse you. I'm gonna curse, not just curse out his boss. I mean, he's gonna curse his boss, basically, and he's probably gonna be happy with it. So this is a classic situation of getting fired, and then as you grab your stuff and walk out the door, or get escorted out the door by security, you tell your boss what you really think of him. You give him, you curse him out. All right, verse 15. Wa'isa mashalo wa yomar. So he lifted up his oracle, or he proclaimed his oracle and said, Ne'um Bil'am bino Ba'or. So says Bil'am, the son of Ba'or, and that's the way he starts all of his oracles, right? Wisam Shalov Yomar, Ne'um Bil'am bino Ba'or. It's exactly the same words here in the third oracle. In the second oracle, let's see. And believe me, Bil'am ain't no, he's no prize either. I mean, he was kicking his donkey. One second. Sama Shalom Yomar Min but full is some Shalom and in the store is says on the his name. Who says Joe W. Biden or whatever that its middle name is? I don't even know what his name is. Probably. Okay. Shitum says the man whose eyes are is basically word. So claims he, the one who hears the God talking about himself, Elyon, and who knows the knowledge, or has received the knowledge of the high, meaning, right? So we have parallelism. Shomeh Imra'el Yodedat Elyon. He who hears, so hears the wisdom or the words of God, who knows the will of the Almighty, not the Almighty, of the exalted one. Okay, the Most High, I think we should translate it. And this should who Recision Shaddai. Shaddai is the one of the God, the old ones at the pit. Yahweh. Where? Shaddai. He envisions falling. Again, we said this is the same phraseology as before. Falls down as if in a trance. Gilui Einaim, but his eyes are opened. He may fall down in a trance, but then his eyes become open. Okay, Erenu velo ata. I see them, but not now. Speaking about Israel. Ashurenu velo karov. I gaze upon them. And we saw this verse a number of times, Ashur Enu. And I don't think it's much outside of the Bilam prophecies. So it's used in Job. And we mentioned last week that there seems to be a connection between the words used by Bilam, or this is just a thought, the thought that the words by Bilam seem to be used a lot by Job and nowhere else. Here it's used also in a number of other places, maybe. Yes, by Job. We pointed out that Bilam is from Aram, is Aramean. Job is from Uz, which we mentioned was believed to be either in the Aramean territory or in the Edomite territory. And then I think Christian, who I don't know if he's still here, pointed out that that even though it's in the Edomite territory, both would be Semitic or Canaanite languages, so they still might be similar, even if it turns out that Uz is in Canaanite territory. I mean, in Edomite territory. So okay. But if we didn't know what Arenu, if we didn't know what Ashurenu meant, then we could get an idea of it from the parallelism with Arenu. Erenu. I see him, but not now. I gaze upon him, or I look at him, but not in the near future. Not soon. Shoshi boy, you are going nuts. What are you doing? What are you doing? No, it's not playtime right now. I'm doing something called the Torah. Have you ever heard of the Torah? Okay. Darach Kochav Miyakov. So this is a famous verse. The Christians love this one. So a star shoots out of Yaakov. And of course, the Christians, well, you know already. I don't have to tell you. A star will come out of Jacob. And if we go to the commentaries, we already know in some of those Christian commentaries what they're going to say. So we won't do it. Darach Kochav Yaakov. But let's take a look at a little bit of Robert Alter, just for the heck of it. In fact, we can go back over some of these. Did I not speak to your messengers following the established convention of biblical narrative? Bilam does not simply summarize what he said to the messengers, but actually quotes his earlier speech verbatim, almost verbatim. The only substitution, a good or a bad one instead of a small thing or a great one, is merely a synonymous variation, since both expressions have the sense of anything at all. This time, Bilam also adds from my heart by way of explanation. That which the Lord speaks to me, it alone I can speak. This is verse 13, Numbers 24:13. This already repeated sentence, recurring now just before Bilam pronounces his final oracle, has the force of a thematic refrain. The whole point of the story is that there is no autonomous realm of word, magic, and vision that a technician of the holy can manipulate. All blessings and curses are dictated by the Lord. Okay. Verse 14. Bilam pointedly repeats this word 3 times, laying before Balak a triangle of peoples, Moab, Israel, and his own people to the east, to whom he will return once he is told Balak, Israel. Okay. And knows what Elyon knows. The extravagance of this whole self-advertisement, and especially of this clause, has a certain irony, given the previously unseen Bilam's absolute dependence on God for everything he manages to see and for everything he says. Okay. And here, this is our verse. I see him, and I gaze upon him. Once more, as Bilam launches on this final series of pronouncements, the thematic words of sight are highlighted. And here a star steps forth. This is what the phrase we just read. Okay. Here, Darach Kochav Yaakov. Whoops. Should be like that. And Robert Alter says about that, the meaning of this phrase has defied interpreters. The Septuagint's reading of Zarach shines instead of the Masoretic Darach. So they say Zarach instead of Darach. steps forth or trods is a transparent instance of evading a textual difficulty by substituting a simpler term. Some modern interpreters arguing from a Semitic cognate claim that darach here means rules, but that seems far-fetched because every other biblical instance has to do with treading or walking or tightening a bow with pressure from the foot. It seems most sensible to imagine the star marching forth in military fashion or emerging from Jacob. The star is in all likelihood a metaphor for a king, something that Bar Kokhba's followers assumed in using this verse as a rationale for his messianic name, which means son of a star. Bar Kokhba was a Jew who led a rebellion against the Romans after the destruction of the Second Temple. The Second Temple was destroyed by the Romans in 70 CE. And then in the years 132 to 135 CE, we have this, he's rabbinical basically, or beloved by the rabbis at least, or respected by the rabbis, Bar Kokhba, who led a rebellion against the Romans, which was ultimately crushed by the Romans, but they always call the land of Israel or the state of Israel under Bar Kokhba the second independent state of Israel, the first one having been destroyed by the Romans in 70 CE. I'm sorry, the first one having been destroyed by the Babylonians in I guess the temple was destroyed in, I think they say 585 BCE by Nebuchadnezzar and the Babylonians. And then after that, the Israelites, well, I guess I'm sorry, let me say this again. I guess it's the third independent state, because the second independent state was the Hashmonaim, who gained independence from the Greeks. So from the period of the destruction of the first temple until the Hashmonaim, Israel was always under the rule of one or another empire. First under the Babylonians, then the Babylonians were succeeded by the Medes, and the Medes reigned only for a small amount, and then they, if I remember correctly, they merged with the Persians, or the Persians took over the Medes, or something like that. I always forget; it's a bit confusing. But then the Persians, then we have the Persian period, and the return of the Israelites under Zerubbabel, and ultimately Nehemiah and Ezra to Judah, story of Esther, and so on. And then the Persians ruled over the land of Israel until the Persian Empire was conquered by Alexander the Great in, was it 332 BCE, if my memory serves me correctly. And then the state of Israel, or the land of Israel, moved to be under Greek rule, or the Macedonian rule, Alexander the Great. And after his death, at the age of 32 or 33, something like that, then his empire was split into three empires. You had the Seleucid Empire, which ruled over the land of Israel, the Ptolemaic Empire, which ruled to the south over Egypt, and I think it was the Antiochian was the third one that ruled up in the north and in the east. And I think actually Israel was first under the Antiochian, and then that was taken over by the Seleucids. I can't remember exactly. I'd have to look it up again. But ultimately, then Israel was ruled over by the Seleucids. The Seleucids were in control of the land of Israel at the time of the Hanukkah story. I know there's been some discussion on the WhatsApp group, the World Alliance of Qara'im WhatsApp group, which Phil, by the way, you should join. If you text me, I'll give you the link to it. I think you'll have a lot of good conversations in there. And so. At the time of Hanukkah, when you had Antiochus Epiphanes ruling Antiochus Epiphanes ruling over the land of Israel, that's when the Hashmonaim, when the Maccabees arose and overthrew the Seleucids and established the second independent state of Israel, which lasted, they usually say, until 67 BCE, when the Romans came in at the request of the rabbis, or of the Pharisees, and that was the end of the second independent state of Israel. And then they say that, I don't know, they always say that, I don't know, do they count Bar Kokhba? Well, yeah, they must, because he minted coins Bar Kokhba minted his own coins based on the year of rebellion. So it says year 1, year 2, year 3. It only lasted for 3 years. So I guess Bar Kokhba is considered the third independent state of Israel. That was from 132 to 135 CE, and then that rebellion was crushed once again by the Romans, and Jerusalem was basically at that point evacuated of all Jews, renamed Areola Capitolina, and a temple to Jupiter was put on the Temple Mount, and Jews were banned from even entering Jerusalem, if I remember correctly. And then again, Jerusalem was under foreign rule under many different rulers until May 14th, 1948, when the British left and the modern state of Israel declared its establishment or its independence from British rule. So that being said, yeah, we were speaking about Bar Kokhba, and Robert Alter saying that he's not exactly sure what this means. But yes, how to join. I'll post the link right now. I will post the link for you right now. Just give me 1 second. Let me grab the link and I'll post it for you. Give me a second here. All right, let's grab it. Shoshi boy, what I'm playing? This guy is nuts. Okay, let me grab the link. How do I do this? Group info, group settings. Oh, I know where I can get it. Forget this. I'll get it much more easily. 1 second, Phil. I'm gonna get it for you. What's that group? There you go. If you follow that link, I guess from any computer or smartphone on which you have WhatsApp installed, then it should, let's say if you type that link into your browser on your smartphone and you have WhatsApp installed on that same smartphone, it should open WhatsApp and then allow you to request to join the group. And as soon as I see the request, I'll admit you. Okay, so where was we? Right, so we were talking about Bilam's final FU to Balak before he packs up and goes home. And where were we? Wrong chapter. There we are. So Darach Kochav Yaakov, so this is usually translated as a star shoots out of Israel or something like that. Maybe it's referencing Joseph's dream where the sun, the moon, and 11 stars bowed down before him. Maybe. We already saw that Bilam is kind of an expert at referencing various previous parts of the Torah. At any rate, Vakam Shevet MiYisrael, a staff as in a stick, a scepter. They usually translate it as a scepter, actually. A scepter shall arise from Israel, and the scepter, the staff, always represents authority. In fact, the tribes are called the Shvatim in Hebrew. So the 12, or however you count it, 13. There are actually 13 tribes, right? If you break Manasseh and Ephraim into separate tribes, which is usually done, it's usually called the 12 because Levi is not usually included. It's a bit complicated. We won't get into it now. We've spoken about it before. But the tribes are called the Shvatim, but it really means the staffs or the scepters, because each tribe is represented or the authority of the tribe is represented by the leader holding a staff or a scepter. That's the symbol of authority over the tribe. So this literally means a scepter will arise out of Israel. Authority will arise. And if we understand this, Darach Kocham Yaakov, V'kam Shevet Misrael, again, we see that parallelism. So if we put the two together, the prophecy, or Bilam's prophecy, seems to be saying that there will be some kind of leader or some kind of rulership that Israel will have in the future. Machatz Pa'atei Moav, and he will crush the outer regions. Pa'atei is like in modern Hebrew it means the suburbs or the outskirts. So he'll crush the outskirts of Moab. See how they translate it here. The brow, okay. Huh. Yeah, that doesn't make sense actually. But I'm sure, let's see how Everett Fox deals with that one. That's 17. Smashes the pate. I don't even know what a pate is. Robert Alter, 17. Smashes the brow. Okay. So I guess we have to look up the word pate, since I have no idea what the heck that means. Pate. No, not pate. Define pate. A person's head. Okay, I think I knew that. Machatz Pa'atei Moav. But Pa'at also means the outskirts. Let's see if anyone picks up on that translation. The corner, the side. Corner. Side. What are you doing? Okay, we get the idea. So we'll call it the outskirts. Okay, basically the borderlands. So we'll crush the borderlands of Moab. Karkar kol bnei Shet. Karkar, that is not a very common word. Let's look it up. Probably only appears here, I'm going to guess. Oh, a couple other places. Kir. Karti. Karkar. Destroy. Karti. Dug. Isaiah 22:5. Begeh Zion. Karkar Kir Washoah. Okay, so we'll go with that. Kur. Bore, dig. All right, so let's just go with destroy on that one. Let's see, is Robert Alter, how does it translate it? And the pate of all Sethites. Okay. So actually, Robert Alter does not translate it as destroy. So Everett Fox says smashes the pate of Moab and the crown. Okay. That makes more sense. Karkar kol bnei Shet. Okay, the head of all the children of Seth. So bnei Shet is basically everyone on planet Earth, unless Adam and Eve had more children that were not spoken about. Right? Bnei Shet, Shet is Seth. Seth is the. No, I'm sorry. That's not correct. Cain had children as well, of course. At any rate, that speaking, Shet is Seth, the third born of Adam and Eve. That's interesting. They don't relate it to it here, as Robert Alter do it. The Sethites. Does he have anything to say about that? 17. 8. Anyway, this is what Robert Alter says about this word karkar. The Masoretic text here reads what karkar, an infinitive form that might only conjecturally mean and to raise. This translation embraces the widely accepted emendation of wit kodkod. Yeah, the kodkod is kodkod means the top of the head, basically. I forgot what they usually translate as, but it basically means the top of the head. Kodkod can mean like the climax or the what's the word? No, you get the idea. And the pate, a neat parallel to brow and an apt object of double duty verb in the first verse. It's okay. I don't want to go into that right now. I want to move on. It's getting late. I just want to finish this, and then we're going to be done, I think. Vaya Edom, Yeresha, Wahaya Yeresha Seir, Oivav Yisrael, Osechayel. So Wahaya Edom Yeresha. So I guess Edom will be, they should translate this as dispossessed. Yarash means to inherit, but it also means to take over the inheritance from someone else. So they usually translate as dispossessed, and I think that's the way Robert Alter deals with that one. Edom will be dispossessed. Seir, dispossessed by its enemies. So Seir is the same as Edom because Esav was both red, ruddy, and hairy. So he was called Edom, and he was also called Seir. It's basically referring to the Edomites, and it's saying that the Edomites will be destroyed. Hold on, I have to check where the cat went for 1 second. Shoshi boy, where did you go? Keep an eye. This is going crazy right now. Okay. So prophecy that Edom will be destroyed. Yersha Seir Oivav. Wahaya Yersha Seir Oivav. And so Seir's enemies will dispossess it. And I think that's the way Robert Alter deals with it. But Israel will literally, Chayil is strength. So Israel will do strong things, will be strong, will be successful, will succeed. Robert Alter renders it as Israel performs prowess. Everett Fox, Israel does valiantly. וירח מיעקב והעביר שריד מעיר. וירח מיעקב והעביר שריד מעיר. Okay, that's a tough one to translate. Let's see how the various translators do it. Jacob holds sway over them and destroys the city's survivor. That's an interesting one. Everett Fox on that one. There rules one from Jacob, destroying the remnant of Ir. So when you see different translations, then that's a sign that it's a difficult one to translate. I'm not even going to render that one. I just want to move on, but we get the idea. So this is his. So let's just back up here and see what we've done here. So this is a prophecy against Moab, and it's a prophecy against Edom. Mostly against Edom. Now, here we have a prophecy against Amalek. So this is a prophecy against Amalek. Yar et Amalek, so he beheld Amalek. So literally, he saw them. And I think it means literally saw them because this is all happening in the plains of Moab. Amalek is in the land of Israel. Israel is in Moab at this time. Remember, Balak is going up on these various summits of various hills or mountains and looking out over Israel or various areas. So it's very possible he was actually able to see Amalekite settlements or encampments in Israel. So I think it literally means that he saw Amalek or gazed upon Amalek. See how Robert Alter deals with that one. He saw Amalek. No comment there by him. We saw Mashalo, and he took up his oracle, Yomer, and he said, Wayomar, Reshit goyim Amalek. Amalek was or is at the head of all nations. Machrito ade oved. But in the future or his end is going to be destruction. So basically, Amalek is going to be destroyed. And Amalek was destroyed, we saw in 1 Samuel chapter 15 by Shaul, except he kept alive the king Agag, and he didn't destroy all of the animals. V'yar et Keni, so now this is another prophecy against the Canaanites. Who are the Canaanites? We'd have to go all the way back to Genesis and the various begats. So in Genesis 15, we have the Canaanites and the Kenizzites mentioned. So we won't get into that right now. Let me close some of these off. Yisam Shalo, Yomer Etan Moshavecha Wasim Basela Kinecha. So this is actually a blessing for the Canaanites. And he said, your settlements or your dwelling places, your settlements will go with are strong or powerful. Wasim Basela Kinecha. And you will place your your nest in a rock. So in other words, this is basically a blessing for the Canaanites. Staunch is your settlement, and set in the rock is your nest. I'm sorry, that's the beginning. So it's like the Amalekite curse. It starts by saying that Reshit Goyim Amalek, this Amalek, that's what's now. Amalek is now at the head of nations, is now at the top of nations, kind of like the United States. But in the end, it will be destroyed, kind of like the United States, probably. Unless it changes its ways very quickly and very seriously. So now he looks at the Canaanites and he says again, Itan Moshavecha Wasim Besela Kinecha. Your settlements are strong, you have strong settlements, and your nest is in a rock, meaning your nest is secure, it's in a secure place. That's what's now. But in the future, you'll be liva'er, you'll be destroyed by fire, you'll be burnt down, you'll be razed. Or kain. Liva'er kain. So it's difficult to translate word for word, but basically the idea is that in the future, Cain will be raised to the ground. Ad ma ashur tishbecha. Okay. Ad ma ashur is the Assyrians. Tishbecha Chevy is captured in war. Lishbot. So the prophecy is that Cain will be burnt to the ground, will be razed to the ground. Adma Ashur tishpecha, and then, or at that time, Ashur, the Assyrians will capture you in war. Again, let's look at some translations. But Cain will be for burning. How long will Ashur hold you captive? Everett Fox. But a blaze will be Cain when Ashur takes you captive. Okay, we get the idea. We saw Mashalov Yomar, Oy mi yich'eh misumo el. And he lifted up his oracle, he raised up his oracle, and he said, Oy mi yich'eh misumo el. And again, this is kind of very poetic and a bit difficult to translate, but Oy mi, Oy, you know what Oy means. Same as it does today. Oy vey, like behold or wow. Who will live? Mismo el, and I guess that's saying as God places him, or who God will place. Let's look at a couple of translations here. Let's see how they deal with it. Whoa, who can live more than El has set him? Mismo el. And Everett Fox. Who can remain alive whom God has condemned? Let's move on. Watzim miad. Kitim, or inu ashur, or inu ever, v'gam hu ade oved. Let's get a translation on that one. And ships from the land of the Kittites, and they lay low Ashur and lay low Ever, and he as well unto destruction. So I guess this is a prophecy against the Assyrians, ultimately. Saying the Kittim, and I think the Kittim are considered in the area of the Aegean Sea. Yeah, Yavan, which is Greece in modern Hebrew and believed to be in ancient Hebrew. So the Kittim Cypriots. Okay. So it's a prophecy that the Kittim will conquer or destroy the Assyrians, which did that happen? No, the Greeks were much later, or the Cypriots. Let's finish this off. This one's easier to translate. And Bil'am rose up and went and returned to his place. And also Balak went back to his place. So basically, Bil'am gives all of these oracles against these various people, including the Moabites, the Edomites, the Amalekites, the Canaanites, and it would seem the Assyrians. And then he finishes, and that's the end of Balak. Exit stage left, the end. We don't hear any more. Oh, we do hear about Balak. But that's the end of him for now. Okay. And if we really want to finish off the story, we should really go through Numbers 25. So Balak does get what he wants in the end, and that's by sending out the Midianite women. Oh, CE is the same as AD. AD means Anno Domini, in the year of our Lord, and it's what Christians usually refer to as, the modern period. But Jews, since we don't believe in Jesus, don't say AD, and also a lot of academics won't say AD either. They'll say CE. CE means the common era, as opposed to BCE. BCE means before the common era. So you've heard of BCE. CE is the Common Era. So it's the opposite of BCE. It's basically from the year 0 onwards. So where Christians might say we're in the year 2023 AD, Anno Domini, in the year of our Lord, non-Christians or Jews and other people would say 2023 CE, 2023 of the Common Era. And I have a funny story. There was a certain Karaite who I guess will remain nameless, but you guys could probably figure out who I'm talking about. And many years ago, when I first started getting to Karaism, I sat down with him in a restaurant, and I guess he had a lot of Christians approach him, and he was at least pretended to be very wary of interacting with Christians at the time, which is ironic because that's all he does now is interact with Christians pretty much, which is really kind of cuckoo. But at any rate, we sat down at a restaurant and we were just talking, and I must have mentioned a year. I don't know. Let's say I mentioned, who knows, 1776, and I said 1776 AD because I don't know. I just said AD, and he looked at me and said, "Why did you say AD?" I said, "I don't know. I forgot. Sometimes I call it CE. Sometimes out of just hearing it around me, I call it AD." He says, "That's interesting, because usually when people say AD, it's a sign that they're Christian because AD means Anno Domini, and then he was kind of like suspecting maybe I'm a Christian, and I am not, never have been, am not, never will be. Sorry, Mari Yanana Miknana, but I have no interest in that religion or in that cult or in that God." But the irony is, so this person was wary or pretending to be wary and suspecting me of maybe being a Christian just because I said AD. The irony is that all this person does now is hang out and make money off the Christians. So, at any rate, just a small story. So that's the difference between AD and CE. Let's move on and finish off here. So this is pretty short. At least this will kind of bring us up to the point. We're still a little bit behind on the Parshat Shavuot, but so what? So should I do this now? Yeah, I'll just read through it very quickly. I'm going to do like super express version with very little commentary, but you can follow along in your English or whatever language you want, preferably Hebrew if you know it, but if you don't, then follow along in English or your favorite non-Hebrew language. Chapter 25, verse 1. וישב ישראל בשיטים, ויחל העם לזנות אל בנות מואב. So the people of Israel were in Shittim, and they began fooling around with, basically prostituting themselves with the daughters of Moab, which is no big deal. It's not punishable in the Torah. You can fool around with unmarried women. But here's the problem. V'tikrena la'am lizivhei Elohehem. And they called v'tikrena la'am, and they called them these female, these seductive, these Moabite seductresses, called the Israelites to sacrifice to their gods. Yochal ha'am wa ishtahu le'Elohem. And the people, meaning the Israelites, ate with them, broke bread with them, and bowed down to their gods. So that's the problem. The irony is that the fact of the matter is the Torah is quite liberal when it comes to sexual stuff. I mean, there are limits, obviously. Bestiality, incest, and so on. But the Torah actually never really makes a big deal, aside from very deviant stuff like that. The Torah never really makes a big deal about sexual stuff. Adultery is certainly considered very bad in the Torah, punishable by death. But the definition of adultery is when a married woman sleeps with a man who is not her husband. That's the only definition of adultery. Adultery is not if you're a male and you're married to a woman and you go to a prostitute on the side, that's not adultery in the Torah's conception. Or if you take a second wife, or if you have a couple of girlfriends or mistresses on the side or concubines, that's not adultery in the Torah. In the Torah, the idea of adultery is that a married woman belongs to only one man and one man only, and that's her husband. And if she sleeps with or is slept with by any other man, if she sleeps with any other man or is slept with by any other man, then both are put to death. I mean, obviously, depending on the circumstances, if she was raped, then she's not put to death. But depending on the circumstances, if it's intentional on both parts, or if it's a voluntary decision on both parts, then both parties are put to death. That's the meaning of adultery. But aside from that, the Torah really doesn't make much of a big deal about sexual stuff, about sex, unless, again, it's deviant. But it does make a big deal about idol worship. And that's the thing. When you hear about the story, usually as it's told by the rabbis, they make this big deal about the sexual immorality that was carried on with the daughters of Moab. But the fact of the matter is that that's not what the Torah is complaining about. That's not what God is complaining about. If Israel had just gone over and if the Israelite men had just gone over and fooled around with the daughters of Moab and then come back home, the Torah would probably not even have mentioned it. Or if so, only in passing. But the problem is that the Moabite women used this. They used their wily, their seductive, their wily women, whatever it's called. They used their seductiveness to draw the Israelites in and then get them to worship their gods with them. And that was the problem. So what Bil'am could not accomplish, or what Balak could not accomplish by trying to get Bil'am to curse Israel, they came up with another way of doing it, and that was by using the temptations of women to get the Israelites to sin, and then get God pissed off at them, and ultimately kill some of them, as we shall see. It reminds me of, there's a famous Mel Brooks skit from, I guess it's History of the World, Part 1, where it's the Inquisition. If you look up Mel Brooks, the Inquisition, it's the funniest thing ever. But he can't get the Jews, the Inquisitioner, Torquemada can't get the Jews to convert through torture. So he says, bring in the nuns. And then all of a sudden you see these nuns strip down into bathing suits and start swimming, and now you see a whole bunch of Orthodox Jews jump in the swimming pool, and then next thing you know, they're accepting Christianity. And go look up Mel Brooks, The Inquisition, if you want to have a good laugh. Same idea. So they couldn't. Sometimes you can win. What's the expression? Honey is more powerful than vinegar, and that's the idea here. They went to their honeys. ויאמר יהוה אל משה, קח את כל ראשי העם והוקע אותם ליהוה נגד השמש. So Yahweh said to Moses, take all of the leaders of the people. Hoka otam. What is hoka? Hoka is usually understood as hang. Again, let's look at Robert Alter. Let's look at Everett Fox. So there's 25:4. Impale, which makes more sense to me, actually. Robert Alter. Impale them to the Lord before the sun. So that's not good. So the leaders of the people are held responsible. The heads of the people, right? The leaders of the people, Keotam la Yahweh, impale them before Yahweh, neged hashamish, in the direction of the sun. And we won't get into it right now. I want to move through. Yishav Charon, af Yahweh mi Yisrael, and let the fury of Yahweh subside from Israel. Verse 5, Yomer Moshe el Shoftei Yisrael, And Moshe said to the judges of Israel, the judges over Israel, Hirgu ish anashav hanitzmadim laba'al peor. Let each person kill his own men. I guess meaning even his, people from his own tribe, from his own family, even hanitzmadim laba'al peor, who have joined themselves, is usually translated, basically who worship Baal Peor. Baal Peor is the god of the Moabites that the Israelites were seduced by the Moabite women to worship. And we saw before that Bilam's, was it the third oracle, takes place from Peor. So this is Baal Peor. This is the god of Peor, or the Baal of Peor. Wahine ish mivnei Yisrael ba ve'akrev el Ehau et Hamidianit la'einei Moshe. So behold, a certain man from among the children of Israel came. Ve'akrev el Echav ve'akrev el Ehau et Hamidianit la'einei Moshe. 1 second here. I just want to see one thing. Okay. So there's a certain person in Israel, and we'll get his name in a second, who took a Midianite woman. Now we heard about the Moabite women. Now we're hearing about a Midianite woman. But remember, the Moabites and the Midianites were working together on this one because originally Balak, the king of Moab, had gone to the elders of the Midianites to say, let's figure out what to do with these Israelites. So Moab and Midian essentially border on each other. Midian is to the south. Moab is a little bit to the north. So I guess the Midianite women and the Moabite women are working together on this one. Le'nei Moshe ule'nei kol adat b'nei Israel. So one of the people, men from Israel, took a Midianite woman and brought her and brought her back to Israel and did his thing with her in front of, or in the eyes of all Israel. I mean, maybe not literally in front of them, maybe in his tent, but basically did it out in the open. And they were crying at the entrance of the tent of meeting. Who was crying? Well, I guess it's speaking about Moshe and the entire congregation of Israel. Yar Pinchas ben Elazar ben Aharon HaKohen. So Pinchas, the son of Elazar, we know Elazar is the third born of Aaron, who essentially now that Nadav and Avihu, the first two born of Aaron, died when they brought the unsanctioned incense back in Leviticus, is it chapter 9, thereabouts. So Pinchas, who's the son of Elazar, and the grandson of Aaron, the Kohen, so it's a Kohen, the son of the firstborn of Aaron, who's basically essentially, now Aaron is already dead, so Elazar is essentially the Kohen Gadol. So it's the son of the Kohen Gadol. And he rose up from among the people. Well, I'm going to be done in 5 minutes. I'm going to finish it. Romach is usually considered, I think they translate it as an awl or a javelin. Here they translate it as javelin. Everett Fox. Spear. Robert Alter translates it as spear. So spear, javelin, spear. We get the idea. Romach. Stop it, Shoshi. Yado. So he took a spear in his hand. V'yavo achar ish Yisrael el hakuba. Stop it, Shoshi. So kuba, let's see. Here they translate it as tent. No, Shoshi boy. Not now. into the private chamber, the tent. We'll just finish this paragraph and then we're going to stop. So Pinchas comes with a spear or a javelin into the inner room, right? So again, no, Shoshi boy, no. וידקור את שניהם, את איש ישראל ואת האישה אל בתא. So he stabbed both of them, the man of Israel and the woman, the Midianite woman, El Kabata. And Robert Alter translates, Shoshi boy, no. No, not now, sweetheart. So inner alcove, that's a strange one. Oh boy, I'm sure he has something to say about that one. Let's see. And we're going to end in just a minute. I'm just going to do the end of this paragraph. So alcove, in the woman's alcove, well, you can get an idea of what that means. The Hebrew kubah is unique to this text, but has been linked with the Arabic kubeh, which is a small tent of red leather used for cultic purposes or alternatively for conjugal purposes, basically a love hut, a love shack. The English alcove actually derives from the Arabic al-kubeh. I think I knew that actually. The contention that the term refers here to the tabernacle and hence that a violation of Israel's sanctum is at issue is strained because the tabernacle Mishkan is nowhere else referred to as kubah. Yeah, that's for sure. The second occurrence of kubah in this verse, if one follows the Masoretic vocalization, appears to be the same word, although obviously pun on kabah, belly. One is warranted to understand the second alcove as a rather transparent euphemism for the woman's sexual part. She's stabbed in her alcove. Several of the medieval commentators follow this line of interpretation, invoking the principle of measure for measure. Okay? Well, we get the idea. And the plague was stopped from before Israel. No, Shoshi boy, not now, sweetheart. You cannot do that now. I'm sorry. Okay, go play with one of the other cats. We get Pinchas, the son of Eleazar, the grandson of Aaron, stabs the woman in her private part, in her, meow, and this stops the plague. Talking about cats. And the number of people who had died in the plague were 24,000. And we're going to stop here. Maybe we'll pick it up here next time, or maybe we'll just go back to the Parshat Shavua. But I really found, let's face it, you can't talk about it. Exactly, you got it. I love this. One of my. In fact, when I stop this, I'm going to go watch that. It's the most hilarious thing ever. At any rate, let's stop it here. We've gone through extensively the story of Bil'am. Yes, it is kind of a humorous, comical story, but it's also very, very serious and very interesting because the language used there, the references to the other part of the Torah, the poetic symmetry that we have, which enlightens. Which gives us enlightenment on various words and various phrases, the prophecies that we have for Israel and against the other nations. These are all really fascinating things. And the whole idea of Balak, of the Moabites and the Midianites trying to come up with a way to curse Israel and Nahafochu, and it's turned back upon them, kind of like the story of Haman and the Jews in the book of Esther, is really deep and really fascinating. So although there's a certain comic element to it, and there's a lot of action, right? You wouldn't make a movie about, let's say, the laws of the guilt sacrifice, but it would only get like a 5 on Rotten Tomatoes. But the story of Bilam and Balak would get maybe if it's done well, maybe a 92 on Rotten Tomatoes. So, so it's an action-packed story. It's fun. It's interesting. It's fascinating. It gives a lot of insight into other parts of the Torah, and into a lot of unique language in the Torah. So I'm really glad that we took these couple of weeks to study it, but maybe next week we'll just move on back to where we were. So with that being said, let me finish off by asking, are there any final questions or comments? Christian Marius Simon, I do see your question, but I'm not going to get into that right now. I'm tired and I want to stop the study. Ask me another time and we'll get into that. Or look it up about the Pharisees writing letters to the Romans and ultimately inviting them to come in to settle the debate or settle the tension between them and the Sadducees. So thank you, Pharisees, for leading or causing the Roman takeover of the land of Israel. So any final questions, any final comments before we end it? Anybody? Quick ones. I'm not going to spend a lot of time here, but that's it. I'm tired. I'm done. I'm gone. I'm wasted for the day. The end. All right, then. If there's not, then I will thank you all for joining us. This has been Hakham Melech Ben Yaakov of the World Alliance of Qara'im. And thank you, Ethan Avior. Who are you in real life? I forget. I have so many pseudonyms here that I can't remember who everyone is in real life. Do I know you in real life? You don't want to say. Text me if I know you in real life. So, B'ezrat Yahweh, we will see you all next week. I wish everybody a Shabbat Shalom. Okay. Ethan Avior. Okay, very nice. I wish everybody a Shabbat Shalom and a Shavua Tov. And we'll go out with some music as usual. And B'ezrat Yahweh, we'll see you all again next week. So, Shabbat Shalom.
ירושלים של זהב, של נאור שמיים של זהב ושל